Okay, all right. What's up, everyone? This is Antonio Fletcher back at you once again. Now, Mr. Tom Leeds, a.k.a. the friendly neighborhood atheist, and I are supposed to be having a chat right about now. Now, I sent him the link over YouTube through a private message, but I haven't heard anything back from him yet. But we had this planned out a few days ago. It's supposed to happen around this time, 4 o'clock Central Standard Time. I sent them the link through a private message on YouTube, and I haven't heard anything back yet. So hopefully he gets my message and he shows up real soon. So basically, I'm just kind of sitting here just waiting for him to show up. But I did send him the message, and I also sent him a message this morning, letting him know that about 20 minutes before showtime, I would send him the join link to this hangout so we can have this discussion. But I haven't heard anything back from him this morning, nor did I hear anything back from him over 20 minutes ago when I sent him the link. So I don't really know how this is going to go down, if I'm just going to be sitting here just talking or if he's going to show up at all. I'll give him time to see his messages or to do what he needs to do, and we'll see if he comes. But I guess for now, since I'm just sitting here by myself, just talking to you guys, I'll just, I don't know, just tell you about, I guess, how this all jumped off. Anyway, how this all jumped off was originally, I seen one of his videos, and it was titled, Why Atheists Make Fun of Christians. Now, he was presenting some reasons as to why atheists make fun of Christians, and he was talking about a number of different things, like Christians believe silly things, strange things, among many other things. But that was one of his big points, is that just Christians believe silly things. And I thought the video was interesting to say the least, but I had to throw in my 2 cents in, and it had a really, it just had a ton of bad reasoning in it. I just couldn't resist addressing. And if you guys want to see that video, it's on my channel. I actually have 2 response videos to him. The one that I did with him was done, what was it? It was done like late January. No. It was like, now I can't remember what the exact date it was, but it was sometime in January. I think it was between the 6th and the 26th. I can't remember. I don't know why I can't remember the exact day I did the video, but anyway, I did 2 videos on him, and he responded after the first one and tried to clarify that what he was talking about in making fun of Christians was that he wasn't making fun of Christians as human beings, but just making fun of Christians as believing silly things. I mean, needless to say, I just thought that was just a distinction without a difference. I just thought that he was trying to spin things and trying to find a way to make fun of Christians anyway, and just trying to spin it as, well, I'm not making you fun of you because you're a human. I'm making fun of you because you believe silly stuff. But I mean, either way, he's directing it towards the Christian, not necessarily any arguments or anything like that. So I just thought it was a really, really flimsy way that he was reasoning. And he made his reasoning even worse when he was talking about appealing to what Christians say about love the sinner and not the sin. And then he tried to make an analogy to that by saying, mock the belief, not the believer. Needless to say, I just thought that was horrible, horrible reasoning. I mean, the thing is, when we Christians say love the sin, I mean, love the sinner, not the sin, I should say. Love the sinner, not the sin. We do it because, unfortunately and tragically, the sinner is the sin is attached to the sinner unless the blood of Jesus cleanses us. Unless the blood of Jesus cleanses the sinner, it's attached to the sinner. That's the reason why we say love the sinner, not the sin. We don't do it in order to justify doing unethical things like insulting other people. That's not why we say that. And he was trying to use love the sinner, not the sin, as a means to justify his position of making fun of the belief, not the believer, but he kept saying the Christian, which is the believer. I just thought it was just really, really terrible logic. And the reason why anybody would make fun of the believer or the belief or however he wants to try to spin it is for their own personal enjoyment and entertainment, not because they necessarily care about the person or want to help the person or anything like that. It's just literally for nothing more than their own amusement. That's pretty much it. And we try to compare that to love the sinner, not the sin. It's just really, really ridiculous way to reason. I mean, it's just terrible all around. But like I said, I sent him the link in a private message, and I don't know if he got my message or what the deal is, but I sent him a message this morning, like I said, and then I sent him one over 20 minutes ago that we're going live. So I don't really know what's going to happen from this, but we were scheduled to meet at 4, and he's still not here. So this is why I'm just talking to you guys about the background, about how this all jumped off. Now, I guess the only thing I can do right now is just invite some people to talk about it. Um, until he gets here, I'll just invite some people in. So we have here in the chat right now, Brother Carlos, by the name of Trust in Jesus. I love that name. And he asked, will you be doing an after show? I might do an after show. That definitely sounds like it's in the cards. Do you need help moderating live? Well, I'll tell you what, brother, I'll go ahead and send you an invite link, and then we can work out the details inside. So I'm going to go ahead and invite Brother Carlos right now. Let's see. Here he is. Until our atheist friend shows up here, I'm going to also invite some other people too. So let's invite Dee Dee, and then I'll invite some other people as well. Okay.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, brother, I can hear you. Can you hear me clear?
You're kind of low, but I can hear you
Kind of
just
low?
barely.
Okay. Right, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. All right. I'm gonna switch over to my computer, okay? Give me a second.
All right,
Because I'm
man.
on my phone.
All
I'll be
right.
right back.
I'm just inviting a few people until our atheist friend shows up. He's about 10 minutes late. I mean, anything could be going on with them, so we'll have to be fair to him and not assume anything. I mean, he could be having a rough day. Anything could be happening right now. And he does have a family too, so that also is necessary to take into account a number of different things. So here's brother Carlos. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too, beloved. How's everything going today?
Oh, absolutely amazing. It's a blessed day. Well, every day's a blessed day, but it's all the more the same, just knowing that Jesus is Lord, bro?
Praise the Lord, man. Amen. Amen. I
Amen.
try to have that perspective, man, as much as possible. Lord knows I can use that.
Man, the Lord's working on me all the time, brother. All the time.
Praise God for his grace, his undeserved favor, man. So
Yeah.
so I'm actually excited, man. I'm looking forward to this conversation, but between you and this gentleman that goes by the name the not so friendly atheist. Um, so
Oh,
what
here he
was
is. I see him in the chat. He says I've been waiting for a link.
okay?
I sent you the link, Tom, in a private message. There's obvious reasons I don't want to just put the link out just into the ether everywhere. So I just sent it to you through your private messages. So if you want to find the link, man, you gotta look in your private messages. But it's there. I sent it to you. So if you're listening to this, I see you in the chat, and I did send it to you. But let me see if I can find you on Google Plus and invite you that way. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find them. Okay, so who we have here?
I think all he has to do is click the video icon, right?
Yeah, that's literally all he has to do. I sent him the link
Right.
to
So
his.
if you're listening right now, because some people are not familiar with that, I actually know people on Google Plus who don't know how to do that. So since you're already added to the chat, there should be a green video icon located at I believe the top left corner or top right corner. As soon as you click that icon, it's basically like a link to enter into the chat, so that way you and Antonio can engage in your discussion. So hope that helps.
Here's what I'll do. I'll put it right here in the chat for now. I really didn't want to just put it out there like that, but hopefully we'll have people that's mature enough not to tamper with it. So I'll just put it out there for a little bit, then I'll get rid of it later.
Yeah, I definitely recommend as soon as if he's able to enter through that way, just to remove it right afterwards.
Yeah. But if he's listening, which I would imagine he is, the link is right there. But okay, there he is. So I'm just gonna ask you to mute, brother, just for right now, and then you can just sort of intervene whenever you deem necessary. I've shared controls with you, bro. So yeah. But
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna be quiet, let you guys, engage in your conversation. If you need any help, just let me know. I'm here. Okay.
yeah, sounds good. So how's it going, Tom? Good to see you, man. Are you there? If you are trying to talk right now, Tom, you'll have to maybe reset or type in the chat here and let me know that you're here. But I can't hear a word you're saying if you're trying to speak right now. So he says, okay, he's gonna reset.
Yeah, it's probably having some connection issues. That happens to the best of us. Also, to make
Yeah, of
sure that
course.
he, also to make sure, Tom, if you're listening in, to unmute, perhaps that might have been a problem too. Because sometimes
Right.
I enter the Google Hangouts and I just click, block my camera feed and my speaker button, and sometimes
Yeah.
I forget to unmute myself. So it happens.
Right. He definitely didn't appear to be muted when he came in, so it might have just been some software problems, maybe some computer problems, a number of different things, but we'll give him some time to get that straightened out. And well, here he is. Yeah, I can hear you now, man.
Hello?
Well, I could hear you at first, but then you went out again. Can you hear him, Brother Carlos?
Yeah.
Not now. I can't. Tom, are you there?
Now, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can barely hear you, but yeah, you definitely are there.
I'm not sure why it's in and out, so I can't tell.
I can hear him, Antonio. It sounds pretty clear. I'm not sure if it's a bandwidth issue, but seems pretty clear. Could you give us a mic check right quick, Tom?
I can, 1, 2, 3. I can hear you fine. I can't hear Antonio.
Hold on, let me reset my connection real quick. Then hold
Now,
on.
now I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now?
The layer.
I can hear you. It's just not very loud on my end. I can hear Carlos a little better than I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you both at the same volume.
Well, it should be good enough for us to carry a conversation. It's not terrible.
So anyhow, I'm going to do a response video to my video. Upon me.
You did a response video, you said?
I said, what made you do a response video to one of my videos?
Oh,
You
oh,
stumble
yeah.
upon me.
Oh, I just well, I do response videos to a number of different people, whether they're atheists or people who do subjects I'm typically
No,
interested in.
I realize that. I said, how did you stumble upon mine?
Oh yeah, I'm getting to that. Well, you know how you look to the right of your screen under YouTube videos and it just has like a bunch of random videos, and sometimes videos will pop up that you haven't seen before, and yours showed up on the side. I'm like, well, this is interesting. Let me see what this is about. And then I found your video right there.
Okay. I didn't know I'd made that level yet.
Well, yeah, that's how I found you, man. So, let's talk about this. So you say that you find it appropriate to poke fun at beliefs that are crazy, in your opinion, right?
Well, no, I don't tend to make fun of people. I tend to point out
Mhm.
that beliefs like walking on water, rising from the dead, turning water into wine, are riding a horse to heaven, talking snakes, talking donkeys, basically things that defy the laws of nature are ridiculous things to believe.
Okay. And well, so let me ask you this: If is it your position that if these things had evidence that you would not find it appropriate to make fun of them? Like, let's say, if there was evidence for talking snakes,
Yes,
you
if there
wouldn't
was
make
a
fun of them
talking
at that point, right?
if there was a talking snake, it would be silly to make fun of talking snakes because there was a talking snake.
Sure. So, is it your position that there is no evidence for these claims, or is there insufficient
Correct.
evidence?
There's no evidence. There's zero evidence for a talking snake, nor a talking donkey, nor a flying horse, nor walking on water, nor making wine out of water, nor healing the sick with a touch. There's no evidence of any of this other than a book of mythology that people have been told is true, and they blindly believe it because they have to have faith.
Okay, so you say there's no evidence for these things. Now let me ask you something. What
Correct. There's
sort
no
of-
evidence for it.
Okay, so what evidence would you expect to see if you were to expect evidence?
A talking snake, somebody turning water into wine, somebody walking on water, somebody rising from the dead, a flying horse, talking donkey. I would expect to see these things if they were true.
What about the evidence for Christianity in general? What would you think about
in
that?
general?
Like, do you think there's evidence that, you know, the Christian God exists or none or insufficient?
There's zero evidence that the Christian God exists.
Right. So,
There's zero evidence that any God exists. Any of the thousands of gods.
well, what I'm specifically interested in is the Christian God because that's the one I'm defending. So let me ask you
Okay,
this.
that's fine. It's just one of I mean, you're an atheist to all the other gods. So I just don't believe in your God either.
Well, let me ask you this. You say that there's no evidence for the Christian God. So since you say that there is no evidence, that means you would have to have an idea of what evidence you would expect to see if there was a Christian God that did exist.
Well, no, I would expect for someone like you to have something that they could show this is evidence for, but you have nothing that you can show this evidence for. You know, most Christians are like, oh, look at the sun, look at the stars, look at the rainbows. That's evidence of God. And that's not evidence of anything.
Well, what do you mean evidence that I could show you? You already know what it is because you said it's not there. For you to say it's not there for you.
No, I didn't say it was not there.
Yes, you did. You said that there was no evidence.
No evidence, if the evidence is something that is evident. Evidence is something you can point to and say, this is evidence. If there is no evidence, then that means that there is nothing you can point to say that this is evidence.
Okay, but
so when I say there's no evidence,
there,
there's nothing you can point to.
Quick, for you to say it's not there would mean you would know what it would look like. So what evidence would you?
No.
You can't say that the evidence isn't there, but you don't know what it looks like. Like, for example, if someone tells me that brown dogs.
Do you understand what do you understand what?
Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. If I tell you that brown dogs exist, and the person I'm talking to says no, there aren't, then that person will have to have an idea of what brown dogs look like to say that there are no brown dogs. You see what I'm saying? For you to say that there is no evidence means you have to know what the evidence you would look like.
Do you know what a dog looks like? Do you know what a dog looks like?
What's that?
Do you know what a dog looks like?
Yes, I know what a dog looks like.
Do you think there's anyone on the planet who doesn't know what a dog looks like?
Those who are around our age, unless they have a mental disability, probably not.
I mean, you're pointing to something that's completely obvious to everyone on the planet, except for maybe people who have a mental disability or are blind. And
so you said that the evidence is not there. So what does it look like?
Okay, how about if I put it to you this way? I say a Gluckanuk exists, and there's a brown one that lives in my garage. Now, would you believe me?
Well, I wouldn't accept it or reject it because I don't know what it looked like, but I wouldn't tell you that there's no evidence.
So you would accept that there was a possibility that there was a Gluckanuk that lived in my garage.
I would just remain agnostic about it, but I wouldn't just flat out tell you that.
You wouldn't say that sounds made up?
Well, it may be made up, but I'm not going to tell you that there's no evidence because I'm not going to make that claim because the burden of claim lies upon the one making the claim.
So basically, you would just accept it. You would not ask for evidence.
No, I wouldn't accept it.
Because I've asked for evidence. I've asked for evidence for over 40 years of God. I've asked people who... who believe in God all over the world of every religion. I said, what is your evidence of God? And they don't have any.
I told you that.
They all say they do.
I told you that I
You
wouldn't
told me
accept
what?
it. No, I would not accept it, nor would I reject it. But I wouldn't say either one. So the best thing for you to do, if you're honest, is just to say that you wouldn't accept it or reject it. But to say outright that there is no evidence is an illogical thing to make if you don't know what it looks like.
Well, you don't know that there. Why do you believe in God if there's no evidence? Why
Well,
do you
I don't. I don't take that position. You do. I come from a different
wait a
position.
minute. So you are you saying that there is evidence for God?
Of course there is.
Okay, what's the evidence?
Well, you should be able to tell me. You said you know what it looks like.
No. You tell me. I don't. You're the one that says there's evidence.
No,
I'm not saying there's evidence. I'm
no,
saying that there's a lack of evidence.
You told me there is no evidence, so you got to know what it looks like to say that there is none.
That doesn't even make any sense.
How do you know that there is none?
You're saying something exists, but you refuse to show or expose what it is.
Well, I have no problem telling you.
I'm saying it doesn't exist.
I have no problem
you know what
telling
it looks
you.
like. You know what it looks like, so tell me what it looks like.
I have no problem
Tell me what it
telling
looks
you.
like.
You already know. You said
Tell
it's
me what
not
it looks
there.
like. No.
You already know. Why do I need to tell you? You already know what it looks like. You said it's not there.
I don't know what it looks like.
Yes, you do.
It doesn't look like anything because it doesn't exist.
You said you said it's not there, so you have to know what it looks like to say it isn't there.
That makes no sense.
No, it makes perfect sense.
If something doesn't exist, if something okay, let me put it this way.
Like, sir,
there's no evidence for God that I've ever been shown that is any kind of evidence that I could accept as evidence for God. Is that clear for you?
If you don't know what it looks like,
I've been shown things that people have told me is evidence.
Let me finish.
Has not been evidence. So
Dude,
no, you keep telling me that. You keep telling me I know what the evidence looks like.
This is my room. You're not gonna keep interrupting me like this, so I'll kick you out of here. You got that?
Kick me out. Go ahead.
Wait 1 second, guys. I think there is a bit of a time delay, so it is kind of interfering with the conversation. So it may seem like somebody may be trying to interrupt you or overtalk you, but I am noticing that there is a delay of time. So let's try to keep that in consideration. So all right, go ahead, Antonio.
All right. Okay, let's try this again. If you're going to say that there is no evidence, but you have no idea what the evidence looks like, then that's a dishonest position for you to take. Now, the honest position for you to take would be to say that you haven't seen any evidence for or against the existence of God. But for you to take an affirmative position by saying that there is no evidence is an illogical position to take, because you are not omniscient. You cannot confirm that there absolutely is no evidence for God. So the honest position is just for you to be agnostic about it.
I clarified that. In 40 plus years, I've had literally hundreds of people tell me they had evidence for God and failed to produce anything that I would call evidence for God.
Oh, okay. So it's not evidence that you would call evidence. So at best, it's subjective to you. So it's not
when somebody says a rainbow is evidence of God, I would laugh.
I'm not done. So in other words,
okay,
it's what is preferential to you, not what is necessary. That's what you're telling me.
Evidence is either evidence for something or it's evidence for something else. A rainbow is not evidence of God. The Bible is not evidence of God. Stories of Jesus is not evidence of God. Feeling it in your heart is not evidence of God.
Now, what you can do is say that the evidence isn't good enough for you, but to flat out reject it as evidence is just an illogical position to take. Now, you can say it is insufficient evidence to you, but to say necessarily that it's not evidence is illogical. So you can't sit up there and say that there has been no evidence presented to you. There has been evidence presented to you. It just has not been good enough for you. So it is insufficient evidence to your preferences, not what's necessary.
Okay, sure.
Okay, now that we have that understanding, are you aware that proof is different than persuasion? In other words, what one may find powerful evidence, you may not.
If you mean, if you're convinced that something is evidence, and I am not convinced of something that is evidence, is that the distinction that you're trying to make?
Well, what I'm saying is one person may be convinced of a particular argument. Like, for example, I know of a friend of mine who was an atheist who came to belief in God through the teleological argument. But I would say that an atheist like you or others didn't find that evidence convincing, didn't find that argument convincing. So what one may find convincing, the next may not.
Well, I personally have never believed that there was God, other than when I was a very small child and thought there was a Santa Claus. I literally know hundreds, probably thousands of atheists who believed wholeheartedly that God was real and came to stop believing in a God mostly by reading the Bible.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you
Realized
this.
that the evidence that they believed in with all their heart was not evidence at all. So being convinced of something exists.
You're breaking up a little bit,
Calling
man.
evidence.
Could you repeat that?
Opinion. And that's true for me as well.
Hey, Carlos, is he breaking up for you?
Yeah, Tom, your last few sentences were a bit choppy. Could you repeat them, please?
The evidence.
Hey, Tom, man, you might want to reset, man. You're breaking up.
Compelling. I agree with that.
You're breaking up, man. You gotta reset.
Yeah, Tom, I think could you lower your bandwidth possibly? Maybe that possibly may help because
there is God. I'm that God. Only that is completely.
Yeah. Tom, you're breaking up. Hold on, let me write it.
It's you're breaking up. I don't know if that's me or if that's you.
Well, we can both hear you clearly.
Yeah, I can hear Antonio clearly, but you were breaking up. So like a lot of what you were saying for like I believe the past minute was real choppy. Okay. Weren't able to comprehend it. Could you see if you could lower your bandwidth possibly? Maybe that'll help. Not too sure if that'll help.
I'm sure I can change the settings on my phone.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're on the phone.
Without accidentally hanging up.
Yeah, I don't think on the phone you could change the bandwidth. Could you, Antonio? Or that's a computer?
I don't think I can change this bandwidth, or I don't know if there's a setting on the phone. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm on phone. Well, all right, so let's restart it. Tom, could you give us a mic check?
I still 1, 2, 3.
All right, sound good to me. Go ahead.
Okay, I said I agree that the evidence for a God to me is uncompelling. So I don't find any compelling evidence, therefore I say that there is no evidence. And that's a generalization, that when I say there is no evidence, there's no evidence that I find compelling. So for me, personally, there is no evidence. I'm not saying that there is no God, only that there is no compelling evidence for a God.
Right. It just has to be understood that there's a difference between saying that there is no evidence, that there is no compelling evidence, and that there is no evidence at all. Do you understand that you saying that it's not compelling for you doesn't mean that there is no evidence at all? Do you get that?
And now I'm losing you guys.
Did you hear what I said?
No.
Oh, I said, well, do you understand that there's a difference between saying that there is no compelling evidence to you and that there is no evidence at all? Does that make sense?
Well, when I speak, do you think that I am speaking for the entire planet?
Well, no, I'm not asking you to speak for the entire planet. I'm asking, do you understand that the concept that saying that there is no compelling evidence is not the same as saying that there is no evidence? It doesn't matter who we're speaking to. That's a universally
There is no
verifiable concept.
evidence.
Do you understand that?
Move headset. Does anyone change my connection? Let's see.
You're breaking up again, man. I don't know what's going on. Can you try to reset, man?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's because I get
I do appreciate you coming in here and everything. It's just breaking up a lot.
yeah, I'm not sure why.
Well, it seems to be clear now, but let me ask you this. What is your underlying basis for um, evidence to occur in your worldview? Like, for example, me as a Christian, my baseline presupposition is the Christian God, right? Without the Christian God, we cannot know anything. So anytime that I reason, I'm reasoning based off the presupposition the Christian God exists. So what would be your baseline presupposition
So
for
why
you
do you
reason
not
from?
accept the Muslim God?
You're still breaking up for me, man.
Let me try calling in again.
All right. Is he still breaking up for you too, Carlos?
Yeah, he was breaking up a bit. I think it might be better if he turns the video off. I'm not sure if that will help. Probably won't make a difference, but yeah.
If it's only means of communication is his phone right now, then we'll have to make do with what we can. But I would hope that he can get to his computer, if that would be a better way to communicate, if he has a computer. But if his phone is the only way he can communicate, then hopefully he'll get to a better location, maybe with a more stable signal, or maybe it's not his location at all. Maybe it's just, I don't know, it could be a number of things interfering. But while we wait for him to come back in, okay, oh, I'm getting a message. Hold on.
Yep, everybody. We're still here. Just waiting for our friend Tom to come back in to rejoin. So just hold on tight there. Thank you guys for tuning in to this conversation. And those of you who are fellow believers in Christ, please pray for Tom, that the Lord may work in his heart, open his eyes to the truth of the gospel. And hopefully he, can come across, the truth today.
Yeah, amen. Sounds good.
So yeah, what you were gonna say,
Well, until he comes back in, all I was trying to get across to him is that you can say, okay, here he is.
I turned off my camera. Maybe that was the problem. Trying to do too much Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hopefully it was my camera taking up all the bandwidth. It was
Yeah, that can happen at times when your camera is on. But well, let's try this one more time. Well, we don't have to be one more time, but you get what I'm saying. But anyway, as we left off, all I was saying was that if you don't find the evidence compelling, that's one thing. But to say that there is no evidence at all, that's not a very logical statement to make. If it's not good enough for you, okay, then we can talk about that. But I mean, to say that it's not any evidence at all, that's just not accurate, man.
Has anyone ever given evidence for a God?
Well, there's from my presupposition, there's three types of evidence that I like to argue. There's revelation from God, which comes in three forms. There is natural revelation, which is the evidence around us in nature, for example. Then there's innate revelation, that is what we would call the Holy Spirit speaking to us from within. That's the inner witness of the Holy Spirit. And then there is special revelation. That would be what is revealed in Scripture. So when I'm talking about evidence with atheists, that I say that for evidence to even occur, for even evidence to exist, the Christian God would have to be the basis for any kind of evidence or any kind of reasoning at all. For if you deny the Christian God, then you cannot even begin to reason. You cannot know anything at all.
Now, do you realize that Muslims say that and Hindus say that and every single religion has said that exact same thing in regards to their God? What makes your
Well, I
God any
mean,
different?
well, of course, but here's what we have to do. If other guys are saying the same thing, then what we would do is we would do an internal critique of each said worldview accordingly. That's what we would do. But let's be honest here. Atheists say the same thing. Atheists believe that whatever they believe is right. Just because we put the stamp of God or deity on it doesn't mean that people don't think
Now,
that they are
now,
right.
now,
Where
what,
they
what do you
come
mean
from.
by whatever atheists believe they believe is right?
Well, however you define atheism, the fact is atheists have particular
Atheism is one single thing. Atheism is the rejection of the claim that there is a literal God. That's all atheism is. A single
well,
thing.
okay, but you can't just
I
reject
can.
like
I
well,
can reject every God. I
well,
don't,
you
if I
gotta let me
cannot be
finish,
convinced
man.
it's real, I reject it.
You gotta let me finish, man. I know that there's a delay, so hopefully you're not just interrupting me. But anyway, um, if I say to you and give you a certain line of evidence, right, and you don't find it convincing, and then I ask you, well, why don't you find it convincing? You can't just say, well, because I'm an atheist, I just reject it. You gotta say why you reject it. You have to have a good reason for it. So, however you define atheism, if people are presenting you certain lines of arguments or evidences, you can't just reject them for no reason.
The only reason why you believe that there is a God is because you were convinced. Had no one attempted to convince you that there was a God, you would have no reason to believe that there was a God.
Well, that's a flimsy argument to make because
No,
I can
no, not,
say,
not at all, because I don't believe in God because I've never been convinced that there was one. I don't reject people's claim that there was a God offhand. I reject it because I've never been convinced. My entire life, my entire family is religious. All my friends are religious, at least growing up. Everyone I knew growing up was religious. I was the only atheist I ever knew until I got into college. I didn't even know what atheism was until I was in high school because I had no context for it. I just accepted that the whole story of God was a made up story, just like Santa Claus. I was a teenager before I realized that my family actually thought there was a literal God. So I didn't reject God, I just assumed it was made up. And I still just assume that it is made up. And that is all the evidence. I've studied religion for 40 years, and all evidence points to all gods are made up.
Let me ask you something. Are you omniscient?
Omniscience doesn't exist.
Okay, so you're not omniscient then, correct?
Correct.
Then
It's a
is
made-up
it
word.
possible that outside of the fact that you're not omniscient, that there could be in what you don't know evidence for God?
It's possible, yes.
Okay, so if that is possible, then how can you be an atheist? If
Well,
it's even possible that
if
there could be evidence for
if
God,
it's possible,
no, let me finish.
okay.
If it's possible that there could be evidence for God, then the rational position for you to take would be agnosticism, not atheism.
You still don't understand the difference, do you?
There is a
There,
distinct difference between agnosticism and atheism, but
correct.
you told me that atheism is the rejection of claims, but you can't
Exactly. Atheism is the rejection of claim. Agnosticism is not knowing. So yes, I'm agnostic when it comes to God.
what is the position
But I have
that
no
one
reason to
is
believe that there is a God, therefore I reject the claims.
well, it's the position that one is uncertain about the God question. So one does not know or one does not take a position. But you do take a position. You reject the concept outright. But you just admitted that evidence could be, yet you reject it anyway.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. And I've done this in a few videos. I make no claim that there is no God. I do not say that there is no God. I don't reject the idea that there is a God. I only reject the claims that people make that there is a God.
Let me ask you this. What is your underlining final authority for rationality? Like, where do you reason from? Do you reason
People,
from your own reasoning, the majority of conventions? Where is your final authority from where you reason from?
do you believe the earth is flat?
No, I don't, but
Why don't you?
no, I don't, but would you please
It's written
answer
in the
my
Bible
question?
that the earth is flat, or it implies that.
I,
How old do you think the earth is?
dude, I asked you a question.
I'm trying to
Why
get to your
questions?
I'm trying to get to your answer. I'm just trying to lay down some context.
Know how old the Earth is. I don't know if it's 6,000 years old. I don't know if it's 6 trillion years old. I don't take a position on that question. In my worldview, it's not
Do
privy
do
to whether
do
my
do you
belief
believe
is
that
true.
do you believe the earth is the center of the universe?
Do I believe the Earth is the center of the universe? No, I don't.
Okay. These are all things that people believed, and they believed it because of religious teachings. They believed them because they did not understand how the universe worked or had no evidence for how things actually were.
Well, if
So
you're going to talk about the past, man, you got to
I
understand that a
don't
lot of the
believe
greatest discoveries
I
were
don't believe in
made
things.
by
I
believers.
understand that people have used religion and the belief that there was a God to make assumptions and to use that as knowledge to understand the world around them. And everything that they have ever believed has been proven to be either incorrect or have naturalistic explanations. Everything. There's
Great. You
nothing
said,
that has been shown to have anything supernatural as an explanation, which is the reason why God used to be a personal God and now God is beyond space and time.
great. You said that people have used God as a reason for, um, in your opinion, saying ridiculous things and believing stupid things. Okay, then what I'm telling you is people would have God as their baseline presupposition from where they reason from. Now, I asked you earlier, what is your underlying baseline
My,
presupposition from where you reason from? What is
is that
yours?
that's what I just said. Everything that has been shown or everything that has been said was evidence for God has been shown to be either incorrect or just fantasy.
No, that's not your underlying
That's
presupposition
the
from where
reason
you
why I
reason
don't think
from.
there's a God.
That is an explanation on what you think you haven't seen. That is not.
You're asking me what my reasoning was. That is
I'm
my
asking
reasoning.
you, what is your underlying baseline presupposition from where you reason from?
What do you mean where I reason from?
Look,
I reason from the fact that everything that's been shown to be God has been shown not to be God. That's my reasoning. That's where it comes from.
what I mean is each and every one of us has underlying baseline presuppositions from where we reason from. We all have what are called final authorities. So you
What
as
do you
an
mean final
atheist,
authorities?
okay, for example, let me explain this.
I'll
Be
go
patient with
try.
me. Be patient with me, man. In other words, my final authority would be the Christian guide. The Christian guide is where I reason from. And in my worldview, if you deny the Christian guide, then you cannot know anything. So that is my baseline presupposition from where I reason everything from. Because of the Christian
Exactly.
guide, we have science, we have rationality, everything.
No, we don't. Sorry.
Okay. Well,
Science does not come from the Christian God.
I don't
And
operate from the same
rationality
world.
does not.
I don't operate from the same worldview you do. So since you deny that the Christian God is the basis for rationality, then what is your baseline presupposition for what is the basis of rationality?
Well, I have no final authority. There's no
Yes,
such
you
thing
do.
as a final authority.
Yes, you do. Everyone has final authorities. Everyone has baseline presuppositions.
Do you understand what final authority means?
A final authority means an ultimate source from where you reason or get to know anything. That's what it means.
Yes, a final authority means something that you believe no matter what. No matter what you're told, no matter what you see, no matter what you feel, no matter what, it is what you believe.
You want me to prove that you have a final authority?
Go ahead, try.
Okay. Let's take logic for example. Now, tell me how you can prove logic exists.
That is an irrational question.
How? Why is it irrational?
Logic is, what do you mean exists?
Like take one of the laws of logic, for example, the law of identity. Prove to me that the law of identity exists.
You do realize that logic is just a word that we created to explain something. It's not a physical thing. It is not a tangible thing that either exists or doesn't exist.
It is a metaphysical thing. It's not.
I don't believe in metaphysical.
Well, that doesn't matter. I'm not saying that logic is material, but the fact of the matter is, it is something that we all use. Now, can you prove logic exists?
Yes, we use it, therefore it exists.
And how would you prove logic exists?
By using logic.
Okay,
2
so
+ 2 = 4. That's logical. Therefore,
okay,
logic exists.
Okay, so you use logic to prove logic.
Well, define logic.
And like that, I just told you, like an example that is the law of identity.
And I gave you an example.
Now look, man. You have a final authority because you just told me that you use logic to prove logic. So you just appeal to a baseline.
I understand what logic is, and I use logic, therefore it exists. I don't need a final authority for that.
But for you to,
okay, I got another podcast that I do at 5 o'clock.
All right.
So,
all right. So you got at least a few more minutes?
I will try to put off. And we can do this another time. I got plenty of time. because I don't really see that we're getting anywhere, because you're pulling the William Lane Craig, or attempting to. You're
No, don't even try that.
You're trying to define reality on words that we use to describe reality.
Don't even try that.
Logic is not a reality-based thing. Logic is something that we use.
But don't
Logic
even try
is a word that we use to describe basically problem solving.
You're saying I'm pulling a William Lane Craig. You know what that is? That's called a genetic fallacy. That means
genetic fallacy?
Yes. That means that you are rejecting something based on where it
I'm not rejecting it. I'm just saying
yes, it is.
that you're making up an argument that is not an argument.
Stop interrupting me.
You're trying to say prove logic exists when logic doesn't exist.
Cut it out. I wasn't done. Look, I was telling you, you said I'm pulling a William Lane Craig. What you are doing is you're saying that I'm doing something supposedly irrational based on where the argument is coming from. That does not prove that an argument is illogical based on where it originates. That is
you're saying prove logic exists. And I'm telling you, you're saying prove logic exists.
Yes.
And logic does not exist in any way that you can prove it.
So, okay, so you have to assume logic.
What do you assume?
So you have to assume logic to prove it, right?
Again, you're making an irrational argument.
How am I making an irrational argument? Anytime you try to prove logic, you are assuming logic from the outset.
I can use logic, therefore logic exists. How do I prove that?
You are assuming it every time you start. That is your underlining basis. I told you that you have a final authority, and
I don't have a final authority.
Say what?
I don't.
Yes, you do.
I don't think you know what a final authority is.
Because you use logic.
Logic is not a final authority.
Yes, it is.
No.
It can be used as a final authority. Of course, it can.
Well, it can be. You just said it was a final authority, and now you're saying it can be used as one.
Yes.
It's either one or the other.
It is when
anyway,
it can be used.
I gotta go. Why don't we set up another time, and I'll see if I can work out this connection issue.
All right, that sounds good. Just check your messages, man. That'll be the best.
Well, like I said, I did check the messages, and there was nothing there.
Yeah.
I'll come looking for you more directly.
Yeah. Hey, Tom. Yeah, this is Carlos, man. Thanks for joining the conversation, man. I definitely would like to have a conversation with you as well.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure how your schedule is. I mean, what times and days are most convenient for you to try to reach out for a conversation?
Wednesdays and Friday. Well, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Okay.
After 4, and Wednesday is before 5.
Would you like to try again at an earlier time on Friday? I'm available all day Friday.
Okay. Let me check, see what's going on, and I'll let you know as soon as possible.
All right, sounds good, man. Have a good evening. Thanks for coming back.
Bye.
All right, folks. So that was Tom Leeds, the Friendly Neighborhood Atheist. So we should be continuing this little exchange sometime on Friday. We'll work out the details, and you should look forward to that happening. But that was an interesting exchange. I just wish it wasn't as much of cutting out happening because it didn't seem as fluid as I wanted it to be. There was a whole lot of cutting out and just dropping off going on. But yeah, I'm not putting that on him. That could be in a number of different things that were causing that interference, but hopefully we have a more fluid conversation if we can make that happen maybe on Friday, hopefully. But I guess you can give your opinion on what we were talking about, Brother Carlos, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, it's of course us as Christians. We believe what we believe. We believe it wholeheartedly. I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of people out there that think what we believe is foolish, as the Bible says. that people would consider us fools, to be mad, as an abomination, and it's just that type of persecution is something that we're willing to deal with because we believe, that people who die apart from the having the perfect righteousness accredited to them from Jesus Christ, that they will spend eternity in hell. So, you know, it's worth the risk. It's worth the potential trouble to try to warn people of these dangers, and so we do what we do to help warn people. So it's we're not trying to belittle people or shame people or make people feel stupid. Of course, we have our moments. Where we get just as irritated. We're human, but ultimately, one thing I would like to ask the atheists to remind themselves is that we ultimately do this out of the love for you guys, and there's many atheists out there that do disagree but can respect that. So it just asks for you guys to consider and appreciate that our efforts here are not to shame you guys, but it's to help present the gift of eternal life to you guys, and as is the case with Tom. So Tom, if you're still listening or if you hear this later, it's no hard feelings. This is just our standpoint. But
Yeah,
yeah,
oh, we have brother Didi in here. Good to see you,
hey,
man.
Dawkins, man, good to have you.
And
Yeah,
I know that there was some delay going on, but I think even when some of it was starting to get more resolved, when the conversation was more fluid at the end, I just think he interrupted me way too many times.
right, absolutely.
He was interrupting me quite a bit. He changed up his stance from the
You did.
beginning. In the beginning, he said that there was no evidence, and then he said, "Well, there's no evidence for me." That's two different positions to take.
Mhm. And he
So,
also said that there is no God. You know,
right. So,
he made the claim that there is no God at all, and then he kind of like you said, backtracked from kind of like a hardcore atheist to a you know somewhat of a closet agnostic. But then he was trying to go back and forth with his atheism, and it was just weird.
yeah, he was just all over the place, and I was just trying to tell him that the honest position to take would be agnosticism, saying, "Well, I just don't know, and I'm just not sure, so I have to explore the question a little more." But he went from outright agnosticism to the rejection of the Christian God. That's what he outright said that he defined his atheism as. So he wasn't, and he admitted that there's possible that evidence could exist. So for him to admit to that possibility would be better for him to be agnostic, not an atheist. But not only is he not only does he define himself as only an atheist, I think the dude's an outright anti-theist, especially given how he approaches Christian beliefs and constantly mocking them on his channel and how he had conducted himself in the comment section like
Right.
before the whole thing even jumped off. I mean,
Right.
I appreciate him coming by and him trying to defend himself, but I mean, the bottom line is there's just a whole lot of just
Mhm.
terrible just positions he was taking and ways that he was just going about this and
So let's go over a few of those. Let's go over a few of the claims that he's made, and Dawkins, appreciate you having you here. Hopefully you can help provide further insight into dealing with such claims as Tom was making. Um, but yes, as you were saying, I definitely would consider him an anti-theist. This is no disrespect to you, Tom, but I definitely consider you an anti-theist. It was more like a emotional hostility, like a type of like anger or like deep resentment towards the idea of God existing. But so I mean, um, hey, welcome back, Dawkins. Are you there? Can you hear us? Can you can you give us a mic check, Dawkins? We've been having connection issues. They're saying.
and I'm not putting anything on him for this, but I mean the connection issues wasn't on our end at all. We could hear each other fine the whole time.
Right.
And that's not his fault. I mean, we all have connection issues from time to time, just the way it was. Okay, he's trying. Dawkins is trying to join. He's having internet issues. Yeah, yeah, I just want to unpack some of those things that he was saying. Like, he flat out started saying that there is no evidence, and then he said, "Well, there is no evidence for me." But dude, that's different than saying that there is no evidence at all, and then outright saying, "Well, evidence might exist." So you went from saying that there is no evidence to evidence might exist to saying that there is no evidence good enough for you. That's different than saying that there is no evidence at all. We're not trying to be subjective here, and he's the one who prides himself as this atheist who's objective about everything. But when you revert back to subjectivity of what's not good enough for you, that's a very dishonest position to take, especially if you think you're so objective of being an atheist.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Welcome, Dawkins. Glad to have you. Could you give us a quick mic check?
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
Broke up. We can hear you now, but you broke up for a second there.
yeah, Dawkins, are you there?
Yeah, you might be breaking up, man.
No, I could hear clicking in the background in some audio.
Yeah.
That's not you, Antonio. That's him, right?
Yeah, I think he's listening to our hangout.
Oh, that's Dawkins. He's watching Chips. He's watching the old Chips.
Yes.
No, I'm just kidding, man. We know it's been a while.
Well, Dawkins gets that worked out. Then I was asking,
Can you can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Yeah.
Okay, I was having nothing but nonstop problems with different browsers. So I missed your buddy Tom, huh?
Yeah, but it pretty much went as I expected.
Well, can you get him back after 7 Central Time?
Well, I don't know if he'll be available tonight, but he did say that he might be able to set something up earlier on Friday.
All right. Okay.
So yeah, let's since you're here, Dawkins, you know.
Yeah, I have to go in 5 minutes. Just
Take them on 5 minutes. Okay, well. So all right, well that definitely defeat my.
Yeah, you know what? The most frustrating thing is dealing with atheists who are really stupid because they don't understand even statements that are very dumbed down, and it's very frustrating dealing with them.
He said that he had no final authority at all. I just thought that was just terrible.
Well, he's correct.
Well, in a sense that he would be an atheist, I guess, in that sense. But what I was trying to get across to him was that
his worldview is utterly incoherent. He can't have a final authority. But in actuality, he's not really correct in that sense because, you see, since he is unrepentant and God is not the final authority, then he's the final authority because he's being autonomous.
right. And what I was trying to put forth to him is that he reasons from somewhere, which would be in essence his final authority. He does reason from somewhere.
Of course. Yep.
And he also said, you know, I want to know what are your thoughts on this before you leave. He also said, I don't know if did he say something like he basically believes you're asking him what is his justification for logic, right? Preconditions of logic, and he was just saying because we use it, because that's how I know that logic exists. He also made the claim that he doesn't.
Well, hold on a second. He doesn't understand what you're talking about because there's a difference between the laws of logic and using logic, right?
Right.
You could assume the laws of logic and employ them when you speak. You can't help but do so.
Right.
But the fact that you assume them in your reasoning doesn't justify them. It doesn't establish that it is the case that A is A and A cannot equal not A at all times in all places.
Right. All I was
All
trying
right.
to get him to acknowledge was that there was somewhere he reasoned from, and then I was going to get him to justify in his worldview where the foundation he reasons from.
Yeah.
But
All
he
right,
was
listen, I got to run, but I'll be back on after 7, okay?
all right, man. Sounds good. See you later, man.
Thank you, Dawkins. Take care. All right.
I was going to do an after hangout, but I might as well just make this right here the after hangout.
Sure. Sure. So, all right. Would you like to invite for me to invite some brothers in here?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. So I'm just gonna add some brothers that'll be fitting for the conversation that I can trust to be added here, if there are any that I know. Let's see here.
Now, if there are any atheists who want to be added in here, you have to message me through YouTube or through G Plus or something like that, because I don't trust trolls out there. And I'm not saying you atheists are trolls, but I mean, I have no way of knowing which ones are and which ones are not. So for those who are atheists, if you want to join the conversation, just message me through YouTube or through Google Plus.
All right. Can you still hear me, Antonio?
Yep, loud and clear.
Alrighty. So I'm just sending the link to a few people. Give me a second.
Bro, Joe, what's up, man? He came in and dropped out. He must be having problems too.
But yeah, man. So, what are some points, of his that he said that you would, that you're gonna take note of, and that you would, like to, I guess, rediscuss or, clear up, probably in a future dialogue with him.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think he's going to have to get it straight that although in essence he denies any authority whatsoever as an atheist, but at the same time, he does have a baseline position where he reasons from. That's all I was trying to put across to him. And when I said that logic is an authority, what I was trying to get across to him, and I didn't have time to complete the point, was that atheists quite often use logic as their final authority. So I was trying to get him to establish that you do have somewhere where you reason from, whether it's yourself, whether it's a convention of the majority of persons, whether it's you call it logic. No matter who you are, everybody has final authorities from where they begin to reason from. And that's what I was trying to establish with them, but he didn't seem to understand that. And then he said, well, I don't have a final authority. Well, you may deny, ultimate belief in the deity or something like that, if that's what he meant. But as far as beginning from a standpoint of reasoning, everyone has final authorities. Everybody does.
Right.
That's one thing right there that I think that we would have to get straightened out maybe in the next time. Maybe if he's listening to this hangout, maybe he'll click in his head at some point that you do have a final authority from where you start the reason from, man. You do. But
yeah, like how does he know what he knows, right? Basically,
right.
it's the
But
knowledge.
another thing, like I said earlier, like the whole outright backpedaling he did, like, dude, you went from saying that there was no evidence at all to saying that it ain't no evidence to you. So you shifted from saying from the concept of necessary, because he was talking in terms of necessity. Like, well, I haven't seen any evidence. There is no evidence. So he was talking and shifted from terms of necessity to terms of preference.
Right.
When I backed him into that corner, he had no other choice but to admit that it wasn't evidence to him.
Right.
But that don't mean that there is no evidence there.
Right. Absolutely. And
I'm sorry, man. Just real quick, I was just trying to tell him that I don't mean there is no evidence, and I gave him one bit of evidence, and that was like teleological argument. And I told him that a friend of mine who used to be an atheist actually was convinced by the teleological argument, and I was just telling him that what may be convincing to someone else may not be convincing to you, but you have no basis or right to throw out something as evidence just because it's not convincing to you.
right, exactly. I mean, even how he was saying something like, well, there's no evidence for, talking donkeys or snakes or all these things that he was saying, when obviously the more intellectually sound answer would be, that the evidence is in the scriptures itself. The Bible is a form of evidence, even though there's a lot of people who reject that as a type of evidence. It is evidence. It's attesting to something, but it's one thing to say, well, I don't, like, as you said, I don't find it sufficient. I don't find it, it's not compelling to me. It's not very persuasive to me, but it's still nonetheless evidence. So, for a person to try to discount, the scriptures as a type of evidence, I think that's just, I think that's wrong.
That's
So,
absolutely right, man. I'm not saying that there wasn't any over talking. I'm not saying I never interrupted the man at all. And then there was some delay in there, but I do think that there was some overt, blatant, intentional interruption on his part more than once in this conversation. That's not going to happen again the next time we speak.
right. Well, when the anti-theists or the missile-theists, those people are kind of like the new atheists, like the Dawkins and the Hitchens. Those people are real, extremely emotionally invested in their hostility towards God, which of course the scriptures itself says, that the natural mind is at enmity with God. It's hostile towards God. So there are atheists. Hey, what's up, Alpha? Welcome to the chat.
Hey guys, what's up?
Nothing much, man. Just here, going through some pre-sub. Just had a discussion with a known atheist on YouTube that goes by the name of the Not So Friendly Atheist. So we're just kind of like giving a recap and discuking how the
right. Some of his arguments and stuff like that.
And so I added you because I know you're a bit more grounded, in apologetics than I am. So I definitely would like to hear your view on some of the things that we discussed. So yeah, just give me 1 second. But yeah, what was I saying? The last thing I was saying about I forgot. I forgot, Antonio. I forgot. What was the last thing I was saying, Antonio? I don't know if you.
I'm sorry, man. I was distracted. But
You were talking about the anti-theist, bro.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So the obviously with the anti-theists, there'd be a lot more extremely hostile. There have been atheists that we've come across with, like those of you on YouTube who know John Doe, real civilized guy, well-mannered. Obviously, he believes that he doesn't believe that God exists, despite what the scriptures teach, that every man knows that God exists. They just suppress the truth and unrighteousness. But nonetheless, you do have your atheists out there who are civil and who can engage in your rational thought and civility. But then you have your right? You're anti-theist and you're misotheist. And, you know, Tom, I respect you. I don't mean in a disrespectful way, but I would definitely consider you an anti-theist, you know. And so that's why I'm not surprised, you know, at that the type of interruption that was going on. So yeah, we definitely can work on that next conversation. I mean, if I'm there, I'll definitely help you out in any which way. But yeah, so yeah, go ahead, Antonio.
Okay, I'll just adding a few more people. If you're listening to this multiple personality, I'm adding you in here too, since
Oh boy.
it seems very doubtful that voices contrary to what we have are going to want to join. And you seem to be the most prevalent in this particular small section of our community who was the contrary voice. So if you hear this, then I'll add you in, and we would love to have you, man. But yeah, he was just all over the place, man, and the interruptions. I understand that there was the delay, but it got to the point to where I think we resolved it as much as we could, and then there was overt, blatant interruption. I mean, that's not going to happen again. I like to be very, very patient with people, but there was a whole lot of points that just he flat out interrupted, and then there were many times to where he tried to change the subject entirely. Like I'll ask him a question, like I'll ask him one question, and then he would ask me something totally different. And like, do you believe the Earth is flat, dude? Why are you shifting to ask me that the Earth is flat when I just asked you a question? Why are you trying to divert to something else? Like you didn't hear what I just said. Are you there, Carlos? Alpha?
Yeah, I heard you, bro. That's true.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still here, Antonio. I'm just responding to somebody in the outside chat right quick. So you can continue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and, you remember specifically that part in the conversation, Carlos, when I asked him a question and then he shifted to asking me, do I believe the earth is flat and the earth is young and all that other stuff, trying to get me into that position to argue young earth creationism and flat earth and all that other stuff when I hold neither of those views myself, and I don't think they have any sort of bearing against Christianity at all.
Right.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid arguing their entire worldview, right, Antonio?
Exactly, by attacking ours. He can
Particulars,
attack
yeah.
ours all day. That doesn't give evidence for his own.
Right, exactly. That was something that I noticed right away. You basically were, you know, trying to, I guess, see where he has his epistemological grounding and things, you know, how he can account for knowledge, how does he know what is true, how can he know for sure that God isn't true, you know, and all these other things. And it just kind of seemed at times that he was, you know, like giving red herrings, you know, where he's just kind of diverting into different subjects. And it's, you know, the question is basically, how can you account for this? How can you account for that? Not, you know, exactly what I believe about the Bible. If I believe the Bible is flat, which of course we don't believe that the Bible is flat. You know, there are people in the outside chat who were asking that question. Oh, does Antonio believe that the Earth is flat? No, Antonio doesn't believe that the Earth is flat. I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I don't believe the Scripture teaches that the Earth is flat. You know, so even though he didn't get an exact answer as to that, it's because obviously Antonio wasn't trying to follow his rabbit trails all over the place and trying to get him to give an account for exactly what he believes and how he can justify that. So
That's absolutely right, man. I was just trying to lay the groundwork by saying, because the discussion seemed to be going all over the place. So I wanted to take some steps back, lay out the groundwork, and see if we can have a smooth conversation. But he couldn't even acknowledge basic concepts like, I have no final authority. Like, dude, wow. I was just floored when he said that. He isn't familiar with basic concepts of reasoning. I didn't even know how to respond to that for a second. It was just kind of like it just stunned me a bit. Then I had to lay out the groundwork and get to that point, and then I started talking about how we can show that he has some sort of starting position by starting at a point of logic. I was trying to bring the argument back to the baseline of logic to show him that he has a final authority from where he started from, whether it is he calls it logic, whether he calls it himself, whether he a majority of persons, he has a starting point from where he reasons from. But the fact for him to reject that outright, like he doesn't, it just shows me just how much he's ignorant on this discussion and just so how out of the loop he is.
Right. So Alpha, let me ask you a question. How would you respond to an atheist who, when asked, how can he account for the laws of logic, he says, I know logic is true because we use it. Have you ever dealt with a person who's giving you that sort of appeal, sort of argument? And if so, how would you deal with it? I don't know.
Yeah, I've had people say that to me. And really the issue is I try to bring it back, like Antonio says, you want to lay out the groundwork first, right, of what you're arguing. That way the other person gets it. We're not just trying to confuse them, right, with just like words and stuff like that. When we talk about the laws of logic, it's for a reason. We seek to find out the preconditions for being able to make sense out of the laws of logic, right, and their necessity. And we're ultimately trying to say that they're grounded in the nature of God, right, in the mind of God. So we were trying to ask, what I usually, when I encounter a situation, I would say, well, which worldview can account for the laws of logic, right? Because we both use it. So we know that logic has a transcendental necessity to it. It's a precondition for intelligibility. We can't argue without it, right? So I present the transcendental argument, and I say, well, the Christian worldview can answer the metaphysical question on how we can have universal, immaterial, and laws of logic that are binding on everyone at the same time, right? Because we base it on the mind of God, that it doesn't, and ultimately by His revelation, that they don't change, right? They apply everywhere.
Right. Well,
right?
The response.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Well, give me 1 second. This is my last question, and then I'll let you go on, MP. But yeah, so basically, I'm not too sure if this is a common response from atheists. I know there's all different schools of thoughts within atheism, but he basically said, I don't believe in the metaphysics. I don't believe in that. So,
well, nevertheless, everybody has a metaphysical conviction about the nature of reality, right? Or else he wouldn't be able to say what could be true or not. So, I mean, it's true. Like, it's hard to argue with someone like that, but he just hasn't thought his worldview through all the way. That he does have a metaphysic, in which terms he uses to reason, right? So you can't separate metaphysics from how you know what you know and how you should live our lives in terms of those beliefs, right? Or else you'd be an automaton. We don't live that way. We all live as if we're able to, determine some kind of limit to the nature of reality, how we know what we know, and then again, how we should live our lives according to that, like our ethical convictions about it all. So, I mean, you the way I would do it, just kind of lay out the groundwork and just tell him that he does have a metaphysic, But then that would require, on the other person, a person that, we're going on the assumption that he wants to be, rational and scientific, right? Because if he's just going to deny everything just for the sake of not believing in the Christian God, you can't, he's pretty much cut off his own feet from under him. He can't reason anymore. We pretty much, won. Because apologetics is only interested in people who are trying to be rational, right?
Well, one thing I will definitely say is, Antonio, I think you're definitely right about the sufficiency of evidence. Like him saying that there was no evidence for God, I think that was a misstep. He should have, the proper position would be it's not sufficient for him, and then you can talk about maybe what type of evidence or what do you need to be convinced of this proposition. But I'm also not I'm not convinced of the logic that you guys are employing in this sense. And just to be clear, I say all this respectfully. But when you proposition, for instance, that the laws of logic have to come from somewhere, or that there must be an accounting for them, which, I can agree with. I don't know if they're solid facts, or some people call them brute facts or axioms, or people also call them properly basic beliefs, these types of things, and just say that these are the starting points. And if the argument is that there has to be an accounting for them, they have to come from somewhere, and one side is saying I don't know where that comes from, and the other side is saying I know where they come from, God, and it's putting that as an explanation, then it's almost kind of arguing like an argument from ignorance type scenario, where I can say, there's lightning, and someone can say, well, where does lightning come from? Can you account for that? And I say, well, I can't account for it. I don't know where it comes from. And then you say God. And then when we do find an accounting for it, then God kind of retreats back from the explanation for reading lightning to something else. And that's, I think, a position where now, hopefully you guys can understand where I'm not understanding why there has to be an accounting. And if does have to be an accounting, then why do you have to interpose this explanation as the only explanation? Because Christianity isn't the only explanation out there, and it's funny because in Darwin, I like Darwin's deity, I like his argument, but like he likes to say in a Christian worldview, but then in a Muslim worldview, in a Hindu worldview, in a Buddhist worldview, and all these other religious worldviews, it works for them too. So there are a couple of problems with, I think that's the way the argument is, but maybe you guys have explained it, I just haven't understood it. But that's kind of how I understand it as an agnostic. That
I think you're unfamiliar with how it works, because the thing is, when you say that others can use it too, it's sort of like, in a sense, you're kind of throwing out your own agnosticism or whatever you have, and it's like, well, because I haven't gave a more sufficient position or sufficient basis from where I'm arguing from, I'm just going to try to think that the theist position is meaningless because anybody else can say it. But come on, man, that's sort of like you just sort of, in one way or another, throwing out your own position, because you're like, well, I'm not going to reason from mine, so I'm just going to try to make theirs look meaningless, because anybody can say the same thing, which is, well, anybody can claim that. But what we would do is we would do an internal critique on, the following worldviews. If anyone says like the Muslim belief, for example, a lot of what Islam is based off of the Bible. So a lot of things that are tried to argue for in Muslim, were just, derivatives and perversions of Christianity that preceded it. So that's one way we would do an internal critique on Islam, and then we would do a similar type internal critique on all the other sorts of worldviews to see which one stands up, and ultimately the Christian one stands up over all of them. That's how we would go about doing that.
All right. And also,
it's funny. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me say one thing, MP. It's just going to be short. Obviously, your concern is a legitimate concern, right? It's a valid concern, right? I think anybody who just believes something without questioning it is just foolish. You have to have a healthy amount of skepticism, so that is something to commend. But obviously, if somebody's taking a test, for example, like a quiz, right? Somebody tells you, you're on your multiple choice answer, right? It says 2 + 2 =, and then you can choose, any of the answers from A to Z, right? A, the answer is 1, B, the answer is 3, C, that, and all the way to Z. So obviously there's going to be different answers that a person can choose from, but only one would be correct. So our position is obviously that though there's different worldviews that are saying that they can account for, human experience, rationality, logic, morality, all these things, obviously only one would be the most coherent. So I posted a link in the outside chat for you. I definitely would like for you to check out sometime. It's an article as well as the video narrating the article, just in case you don't want to read it, you just want to watch it instead. And it's basically it's a brother in Christ who's reformed and a presuppositionalist like ourselves, and he presents a brief case as to why these false, what we consider false religions, can account for human experience, including Mormonism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Greek polytheism, and all that stuff. So I definitely recommend that you check that out. But yeah, go ahead.
No, actually, yeah, I just put it up to watch it. It looks interesting. Well, but one thing I want to say is that you guys have been, and maybe this is, well, two things. I want to just outline my position. My position is not that Christianity is not true. None of these other religions are not true. I'm saying that it is possible that they can be true, and it is possible the Christian God can exist. So I grant that freely. I am not saying God does not exist. I don't believe that.
I know you don't. I'll never say that.
Yeah. No. I just no. But sometimes people in the chat and other people who might be listening may think I'm arguing just like this other guy was arguing that God doesn't exist and there's no evidence. I don't agree with that position. But what I do think is that when we were talking, we used the word like sufficiency. We were saying, we have this. These things are sufficient. This is sufficient to make it work. This is sufficient. And I think when we talk about sufficiency, you have to also talk about it in the sense of necessity. And I'll give an example of this. For instance, a sufficient condition versus a necessary condition. So, for instance, if I say all cats are mammals, the sufficient condition is being a cat, and the necessary condition is mammals. All cats are mammals. But now, if I reverse it and say, if all mammals are cats, that doesn't work, because even though it's necessary that you're to be a mammal to be a cat, it is not necessary if you're a mammal that you are a cat. And that's kind of, I think, the tension here with my understanding of your position, because you have presented something that each one of you guys have said is sufficient to explain this, but it may not be necessary. It doesn't always happen in reverse. I don't know if that explains my objection well.
Well, that's what I was trying to explain to our atheist buddy there, is that there's a difference between, sufficient and, actually I was talking, no, that was something totally different. You're talking about something totally different. So forget what I just said, but could you say that one last time? Because I completely confused what I was telling that atheist earlier, what you just said. Now, could you explain that one more time?
Sure. What I'm saying is that you guys have said, and this is my understanding of your argument. If I've misunderstood it, please stop me and let me know. But you guys have said that the God explanation, or this particular explanation, is sufficient to necessitate the laws of logic and all the intangibilities that we understand. And I was just explaining that there's a difference between sufficiency and necessity, because they work in tandem. And I gave the example of, for instance, and I'll give another example. If you're in New York, then you are in the United States. But it doesn't follow that if you're in the United States, then you happen to be in New York. So you can't use the proof that you're in the United States to prove that you're in New York. But you can use the fact that you're in New York to prove that you're in the United States. And these arguments that you guys have presented the fact that we're in New York, we're living a life. You've provided sufficiency, but you haven't provided necessity that automatically leads to this, to proving the argument, I think, in a logical way. But again, I think the honest position that any atheist, anybody has to take, is that the argument that you guys have presented is sufficient enough to create the conditions of logic and create the world as we know it. I grant you that, but I don't think it's necessary.
What do you think the nature of the presuppositionalist is? Is that without the Christian God, nobody can know anything. So the position itself is presenting a necessary thing, because if you deny the Christian God, then you cannot know anything. So it would be an argument of necessity right there.
Sorry. I think it's kind of two arguments. I think it's an argument of causality, A causes B, and then I think it's also an argument of sufficiency and necessity, in which we're saying that something that's necessary, for instance, the laws of logic, we all agree are necessary, but we're saying that the sufficient part of this argument is that God creating the laws of logic so we can use them. And that's my objection is in that relationship between the God concept and the laws of logic. You guys are seeing this, the connection is there, which is possible, it can be, but I don't think it's necessarily that connection has to logically follow. Like in the my argument about cats, it's logically has to follow. If you're a cat, you're a mammal, but it's not logically true. If you're a mammal, you're a cat, and that's where I think that the difference in our approaches are.
Well, if you deny the Christian God is necessary to account for the laws of logic, then from what your worldview, what would be the answer, or what would be a better no, I'm not going to say better, because if you deny that the Christian God is the account for logic or whatever, which you say you don't deny, because you're saying, you just told us that you're not saying that the Christian God does not exist. So if you're not denying or affirming that the Christian God is the account for logic, then I don't really know where you're going at this point, or where you're even starting from.
Well, it's for instance, it's like I can't deny that there are pink unicorns somewhere in the universe, and I hate to use that and please, I'm not trying to use this as a tasteless example, but if someone said there are pink unicorns somewhere in the universe, I can't deny that. I can't say that that does not exist. I can't say that they are wrong. I can say that the evidence that's been provided to me isn't sufficient for me to say that actually condition exists, but I can say it's possible, and that's kind of how I understand this position, the theological position, is that I'm not saying that these arguments are wrong. I'm just saying that with the information that I have now, it's just not convincing to me.
Okay, so you're not denying per se that the Christian God accounts for logic, but you just saying that you don't see how the Christian God is sufficient to account for logic.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not seeing the connection between the cause and the effect.
Okay, I know.
Well, the thing is, logic has to be accounted for from somewhere, right? Because anytime we use logic, it is a product of mind. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Sorry, I don't know. I believe logic is yeah. I believe that's how we understand logic, with our mind, with our perception. So yeah, I can agree to that, but I agree to that from a position of ignorance, because I really don't know. But I'll follow your trail. Yes, so I'll say yes to that.
Well, since it's quite clear, I mean, I don't know if it's quite clear to you, but it's quite clear to me that logic is a product of minds. Anytime logic occurs, there is a mind. I mean, you know, you're gonna be like, well, you've heard this from Matt Slick, but that would be a genetic fallacy to say I heard it from Matt Slick, therefore it's illogical. Right?
Yeah, no, if he has a good argument, it's a good argument. So yeah, so don't worry about that. I'm not saying that.
But yeah, but it makes sense though. You can't find logic under a rock. You can't find it in a washing machine. You're not going to you're not going to look at like some dog dung on the ground and say that that's logic right there. Anytime we hear logic used, anytime we even begin to reason, there is nothing about logic in any context that is not a product of mind. Nothing.
But I don't think that's only limited to logic. For instance, I can say, and I can just pick out any color and say, I can't find this particular color. Well, colors are our experiences of the world. We can't, if we were blind, we wouldn't even experience color. We wouldn't be able to even know what color is. That doesn't mean that colors don't exist, but in the sense of what our minds perceive and how we go through the world, I don't think that, I don't think it's a necessary thing that we have to have logic in that way. In other words, you're saying that it has to come from a mind, and I'm saying it's just like thoughts, like it's produced by the mind, like consciousness, but I don't think it inevitably has to have a mind to have the first logical being. The first logic had to come from some mysterious being. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but I'm trying to understand how you're connecting the process of logic that we've discovered to now it has to come from a being. Because before, logic is something that's been developed over hundreds of years through humanity. It's not something that the first human being, I think, just automatically knew. They didn't put together the laws of logic. That was something that was discovered, just because it was kind of a brute fact. Like, we know these things to be true at all times. So I'm trying to understand how do we now come to the conclusion that had to come from a mind? Because it's our description of reality. We've always seen these things to be true. And if they can't be true, if there's a position in which the laws of logic are not true, I don't know how to even understand that. I wouldn't even know how to experience A not being A, or an excluded middle being false. It's something I just wouldn't understand.
You said the process of logic. I mean, how could logic exist if it's not some sort of a process? I mean, the process of logic. Think about it, man. You are literally confirming mind when you make that statement.
I understand. I don't. Maybe I don't understand the conclusion that you expect me to come to. You're saying that I'm confirming that we as people, maybe this may be helpful. We as people, we were one time in the wilderness. We were one time, hunters and gatherers. We eventually got together in cities. People started thinking about how the world works. What are things that must be true, and the laws of logic kept that description. Hey, a rock is always a rock. A is equal to A, and these descriptions of reality that we found to always be true, I don't think it came from God somewhere told people that the laws of logic were true. I don't read that in any of the biblical texts. I don't read that anyway. It's something that humanity has come to describe what we experience every day. So if you're saying that God is the author of the laws of logic, I'm just trying to understand how do we get from my experience where I've understand the development of, let's say, math, science, all these concrete things that are mental processes, to where now there had to be this ultimate mind that gave it to us.
Right. So MP, my question to you, if logic is just a process of the mind, right? So on what basis would you disagree with somebody who doesn't agree with the law of non-contradiction? Who is right, who is wrong?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, sure. What I'm asking, MP, is if logic just comes from a mind, right, from just a process of the mind, on what basis would you disagree with somebody that disagrees with the law of non-contradiction, right? It says that there are contradictions allowed. Who's right, you or him? Remember, process of the mind, your process of the mind versus his. Who's right, who's wrong?
All right. To answer that question, I would say, if someone said, let's say, for instance, the law of non-contradiction is incorrect, and I would say I have never experienced it being correct. If that person has experienced it to be incorrect, if he can show me where he's experienced it to be incorrect, then I would actually believe that claim. Just like if someone can say the law of identity, A is not equal to A, or A is equal to B. If someone can show me that experience, or in some way present it to me so I can understand what that even means, then I would say that person's correct. But my experiences are saying that it's not correct. Now, I could be wrong. I grant that. But the many years that I've been on Earth and the many experiences that I've had, it has never been the case.
Right. So MP, the problem with that is that both of those views reduce to skepticism. One of them actually reduces to irrationality. Somebody who rejects the law of non-contradiction, come on, right? So, but if he has a really good argument to convince you of that, then you've kind of undermined yourself as well. So when you're saying you could know or you could, you could be wrong, see how you reduce to skepticism, versus if you jump into the Christian worldview, You know, we appeal to something outside of ourselves because, you know, how do we know this person's right, this person wrong? We appeal to the ultimate mind of God to dictate what's right and what's wrong, because ultimately that's what we say is a reflection of his mind. That way we don't reduce ourselves to subjectivism, skepticism, ultimately irrationality, right?
Well, let's say for instance,
Just
your
to kind of
argument.
show you how it is.
Well, let's say your argument for the law of non-contradictions was correct. Someone who says the law of non-contradictions is correct and it leads you to irrationality. But then let's say, for instance, something like quantumly entangled particles, you know, where we're talking about quantum computers where something can be both a 1 and a 0 at the same time. It is A, but it's not A at the same time. It's one of the interpretations of quantum mechanics where it does seem like the law of non-contradiction gives way in this particular one unique situation. Those laws, that mathematics does work, even though at this particular part of it, the law of non-contradiction may not hold true. So, you know, so I don't think that I can just say for certain that in all cases this isn't true. All cases that I experience, it happens to be true. But here's one case where, you know, it may not be true, but the math still works and it makes plausible predictions that we all can, you know, we have computers, we're talking on G+. This is all quantum theory, quantum mechanics, which seems to violate some of the known truths that we have. One happens to be the law of non-contradiction. So,
Right. So I'll attack that for a second, MP. It seems to me that the possibility, right, is ultimately the foundation or the backdrop of what could be true or not, or what could be real or not. Versus the Christian, we have, you know, Christian revelation from the Christian God, right? So ultimately, for something to really be truly necessary, one has to see it, as a Christian sees it. And the reason I say that is because if there was no God, you're ultimately committed to a random chance universe, a pure contingent factuality, right? So on what basis would you be able to say this has to be necessary if at the end of the day, everything's ultimately changing? Nothing's governed by a sovereign God controlling all operations within his creation, right? So on what basis can you even say something has necessity if it's random chance? Because a Christian could say that something's necessary because we have the Christian God, we have everything he's created, he's guiding and giving everything meaning as he goes along. On what basis do you say on your worldview that something has to have a necessity to it? Because ultimately, I heard you earlier, something ultimately has to be necessary. I don't see it as necessary. Maybe it could be the case, but, you know, I just don't see it his necessity. So ultimately, I want to kind of attack that and say that ultimately only the Christian sees necessity in anything. And to ultimately say what truly is necessary, one has to see the facts as how a Christian sees it. Did you kind of understand a little bit what I'm getting at?
Yeah, no,
I
did. No, I actually I did. I'm just trying to follow it logically.
Right.
I think one thing that I'm just, you know, respectfully disagree, obviously, is that just the conclusion that because I don't posit this particular explanation that you've presented means that it has to lead to irrationality. I disagree with that. I think it could. It's a possibility, but I don't think that's the ultimate conclusion, because there could be another example that I'm just ignorant of. And the second piece of it too is that, and I know that my answer to your second question, which was how in my particular worldview without the God concept can I explain what we see, and my answer would be no. I can't say for a fact that this is what it is. And you're right, it's a probabilistic. Unfortunately, we're talking about a world of possibility and chance. But I don't know if that's honestly true all the way back. Only thing I understand is that the science tells us, and what I experience seems to be chance. But that doesn't have to be true. Again, your position could be true. But I'm just saying, from the experiences and the information that I have now, I'm just not convinced of your conclusion. I'm convinced that that it's possible, but I'm not convinced that it's probable.
Right. And that's why, as a presuppositionalist, we would say that our worldview is true from the impossibility of the contrary, because we want to save rationality, right? Because Christ doesn't come here just to save us for future one day. As presuppositionalists, we would say that he comes to save us from irrationality today as well, right? To rescue human experience. So and that's why we would want to say that ultimately possibility is not the backdrop or the foundation of what could be real. We will ultimately say that it's a Christian God that determines the limits of reality, just so we won't fall into irrationality. And I know you don't agree with the conclusion that, you know, it leads to irrationality, but I mean, in a random chance universe where everything's contingent, assuming that there is no God, right? Just so, you know, just for the sake of argument, then there is no necessity to anything. Things just are. But we would ultimately say, MP, that we don't live that way. You don't live that way. You ultimately want to come to truth. You wouldn't come to your bank teller and then ask him how much money you have in your account, and he gives you like a random number. You want to have the right amount. You're not going to say, well, I don't know, it could be this, it could be that. We want to know exactly what's there. And ultimately, and when then in that situation, I would say that you're even relying in a Christian worldview to even make sense of why you want accurate predictions about certain things.
Let me ask you,
even I'm sorry, I just wanted to respond to what the gentleman just said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, but because even in your example, let's say with the bank teller and what you just said about just leading into irrationality, if the experience is, my personal understanding of this is that, you know, we've lived, each person in this room has lived a life. And that life, you've produced a model of the world. You know, you have things that you understand, you have things that you know. You live in the world. And every day you have certain events that happen. If you were to go to the bank teller and they kept putting random numbers on your thing, that would be something that would be strange, because that's not the world you experience. That is why I objected to your conclusion that the random chance leads to kind of a confusion, because I'm not sure if random chance is really the answer. I don't think that's really the conclusion, because I understand that you're saying that with the God concept, and I understand everybody in here understands that if you're saying that there's God does exist, it resolves this kind of mystery. But I'm saying that and I want to make sure it's as clear. I'm saying that I agree with you guys. You what you are positing does explain and does resolve the issue, but what I'm saying is that it's not a limiting. You're making a causal argument, but not limiting it to one particular cause, and then not really dispensing with all the other possible explanations. It's just like saying, it's just like my lightning example. You know, I don't know where lightning comes from. I can't explain it. I just don't know. And then you posit, well, God can explain it, which is true. It would be a perfect explanation. And then if we do find an explanation, then it kind of retreats God to another place. And that's my fear. It's just like if I do come to the conclusion that that God was the answer, and then they were to find out that that's not the answer, then God retreats to another, you know, maybe to the Big Bang or maybe to some other mystery. And that's kind of where that's how I'm understanding this to be kind of like an argument that instead of saying I don't know, you guys are saying God.
Yeah,
well,
sure. MP. Oh, go ahead, Antonio.
Yeah, but here's the thing, man. If we truly believe what we do, especially as Christians, then why would we say anything else? Why would we be open to anything else?
Right. So ultimately, what I think MP is saying is just what we're doing is actually a subtle begging of the question. MP, I think what you're actually doing is saying, come into my worldview where when we don't really know anything, all these possibilities are open to see how you're wrong. But we don't want to give up our worldview because we're not relativists. We believe that there's one truth. Yeah, because there's one truth, and there's only one way to think, because there's ultimately one God who has made us rational creatures because he made us in his image, right? So again, MP, I think it's a fallacy. You're just kind of begging the question, say, come into my worldview, see how we don't really know all these things, that therefore your worldview is wrong. You can't assume one truth. But then again, we don't have to leave our worldview in order to agree with yours, because then we would be giving up our worldview. MP, do you kind of see what your argument's trying to make us do? Is just kind of give up our worldview and come to yours, and we pretty much essentially lost in doing that way.
Exactly.
No, I agree. I'm not. I just want to be clear. I'm not asking you to give up your worldview. Obviously, we've been both stepping in and out of every.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I've stepped into the Christian worldview and said, yes, this all makes sense if I was a Christian, and
Right.
And you've even tried to understand me and say, yes, even without the Christian job, this doesn't make sense to me. And that's kind of how I thought the conversation was going, because when you say doesn't exist, and then you say this makes no sense to me, I accept that because I understand that even for me it doesn't make sense. But then when I step into the Christian worldview and says, well, I don't understand this connection, it seems like, that's the tension, because we're both trying to understand it from each other's positions. I don't know if I explained that well, but that's how I'm understanding it to be.
It just sounds like more that you don't like it rather than it being in a logical position to take. It sounds more like you're saying, well, you don't like that we don't accept other positions, or we don't seem to be open to other positions. So that's a bad thing, but you are open to other positions, and that's a good thing. So it seems more like an emotional argument to me rather than a logical one.
Right, MP, because we ultimately don't have intellectual schizophrenia. We're not giving up our ultimate convictions about the nature of reality, which we say God is the ultimate nature of reality, right? He gets to determine it. So if we argue at the end of the day and say, well, other things could be, then that really wasn't my final authority. That was another one. So I'm just jumping out of cars, right? Just to kind of rescue rationality. But you see how I'm kind of being a schizophrenic in that way. So we ultimately can use our ultimate convictions about the nature of reality, or our ultimates, to kind of mold or refine the way we're thinking, right? Much like a logician doesn't give up logic in order to refine his logic textbooks, or a scientist who wants to cut into the human eye to kind of look at its veracity doesn't, ultimately does it with his own eyes, right? It assumes the truth of it. So what we're doing is pretty much just stepping into your worldview for the sake of argument, but attacking it from a Christian presupposition to say how even only the Christian presuppositions can make sense out of even asking a question about the non-existence of God, right? Because you couldn't do it in your old worldview, because ultimately, if you're coming into a random chance universe, you couldn't even know anything's necessity, right? So how do you know your mind has any connection to the natural world? You know, it's up in the air. But as a Christian, I'd say God created and the objects around it, and he gives a connection between my mind and the natural world, so that I know what I'm doing and coming to conclusions based on logic and rationality versus random and chance.
I think that was well said.
Maybe it's just the way we're thinking of the solution, because see, I'm thinking of the solution as, there's a problem, and again, if I'm getting misrepresenting you guys, please stop me and let me know. I'm understanding the argument, and I've always understood the argument to be this, is that we have certain axioms, the laws of logic, and they have to come from somewhere. You guys are saying they have to come from somewhere. They have to be accounted for, and the only thing that can account for them is this particular explanation.
Well, let's talk about that. Well, let's talk about that. You're saying that we should not have to account for the laws of logic. Is that what you're arguing?
Well, I'm saying, number one, I don't know if that's even a meaningful question. If there has to be an accounting, what, is that even, is that even a necessary thing to have? Like, do I have to for them at all? It could just be brute facts. And then the second thing is that even if I accept that as a valid question, accounting for the laws of logic, or accounting for the properly basic beliefs, as some people would say, then I have to accept the causality between this mysterious object, where we all agree that it's mysterious, that's the cause, where these things are now the effect, because now that would have to be resolved. How does this cause create this effect? And then if we all say we don't know, then again, now we all are back to the world of assumptions. I'm saying I don't know. You're making an assumption that there's this connection, and that assumption is what I'm challenging.
Well, let's go with this idea that you don't see it a meaningful question to account for the laws of logic, or maybe we shouldn't have to account for them. You don't see how it's a meaningful thing. All right, let's start from there. Well, I could just fire back and say, well, are you going to tell me that I have to account for God? I could just say, well, I don't see it a meaningful question to account for God. I don't see it a meaningful question for me to argue for God, or to give a basis of God. So, I mean, would you honestly accept that as a rational position from me, just to sort of just leave just God untouched out there?
Well, these are two different questions. These are two different. I think you've shifted the argument a little bit. You shifted the argument a
How?
little bit, and the
I'm
way you
talking
shifted,
about.
I know, but just let me explain. You shifted the argument from you were saying this was a logical proof that this entity existed, and the logical proof that this entity existed was the causal connection between God and the laws of logic, i.e., the laws of logic had to have this explanation. And I'm saying I don't know, but you've now, instead of saying I don't know about the laws of logic, you've now accepted the causal connection. You've accepted that assumption that causes these effects, and now you're saying that you can just assert that this entity exists, and that's the problem. I'm not. My objection is to the connection between the entity and the effect, and if you just saying but it just exists doesn't resolve the issue.
No, no. Well, hold on. Let's unpack this very, very carefully here. Now, you said you don't see how it's a meaningful question to say we should even have to account for the laws of logic. But why would that be different than me saying, well, I don't see it as a meaningful question to like say, let's say, I take the position that God exists, right? And I take the position that God exists, right? And we have this other position that the laws of logic should be accounted for. You reject that position that the laws should be accounted for, or it's not meaningful. Why can't you say that that's not meaningful and just try to just avoid dealing with that altogether? But I can't say that it's not meaningful for you to ask me to give an argument for God. You want to reject giving arguments to account for the laws of logic, but it's perfectly fine for you to probe me on questions to account for God. Why is one and not the other?
Point of confusion, because I am not saying my position wasn't that there shouldn't be an accounting for it. I'm saying I don't know if that question is meaningful in this particular sense. It's like almost saying, am I a blame in a vat? It's a question. You can have an accounting for it, but I don't know if it's meaningful in the sense that you're saying. I don't know if the laws of logic need an accounting for them. But now, if you're telling me that you have an answer, now hold on, just finish this. If you're saying you really need an accounting, and that to resolve this, you've produced an entity, and that entity has this causal relationship to them, then my problem, then what I'm asking is that, okay, you're saying to prove this entity exists, they produce the laws of logic, and so we can have this tangibility. But now I'm asking but an explanation and how we resolve that. And the explanation is, well, without him, you couldn't have these things. It just doesn't. I'm just trying to understand how it follows that you can just plainly state that here's an effect. Tell me how the cause creates the effect.
I just don't see where you getting the distinction that one should be accepted and not the other. Now, I would imagine you would not say that I should not have to argue for God, but you're saying that we shouldn't have to argue for accounting for the laws of logic. I don't understand. Honestly, say if I told you, well, I shouldn't have to argue for the existence of God. I shouldn't have to demonstrate that. You wouldn't accept that. I would imagine you would not. So why should I accept you saying that, well, we shouldn't have to account for the laws of logic?
Well, just to be clear, I didn't say we shouldn't have to account for laws of logic. What I'm saying is I don't know if that question is meaningful, but then if you're telling me that we should, number one, and then you're telling me that here is the explanation, and you're saying this cause creates this effect, I thought that's where we're at. This was a logical proof to show that this entity exists logically, and that's where I thought we were at. I'm not. My position has never been we don't have to account for them. I'm just saying I don't even know if that question is valid. But assuming, I'm saying to your world, and assuming it is a valid question, then I was saying, okay, well, if that question is valid, why this cause leads to this effect?
Why would you be able to put a question mark on whether that's meaningful or not? but you wouldn't accept me putting a question mark on whether it's meaningful or not to argue for God. You wouldn't accept that. So how can you just sit up here and say that you could put a question mark on whether it's meaningful or not when you wouldn't accept me doing the same logic for God?
If you said the same thing about God, that you don't know if it's even a meaning question to ask that God did or did not exist, but you accept it, then I don't understand how my understanding is that I don't understand how that's different, because I have an agreement with that. That's kind of my God position too. I don't know if he exists or not. I don't even know if my question about God not existing, or my conclusion that he doesn't exist or whatever, is the right conclusion. But I still leave it open that could be true.
Right. And MP, what pretty much
Go ahead.
Antonio is trying. MP, what Antonio is trying to get you to look at is that you're kind of being arbitrary, right? It's not very reasonable for you to say, well, the existence of God needs justification, but the laws of logic, they don't need justification, or it's meaningful, right?
Exactly.
So you have a double standard.
Well,
and
hold on.
We
Just clarification. What God needed just. I was saying, you guys are saying that God was the cause of these effects, and I was asking to understand, how did you come to the conclusion that? So I'm assuming in my questions, I'm assuming that God exists. I was just asking for the relationship to explain the relationship.
Right. So, but if you deny what we're saying, then you're pretty much denying. You're pretty much saying that you do need a justification for God's existence. And because Antonio just said, why can't we just argue as if God is a self-evident truth? Pretty much. You're saying, oh no, you don't need. I don't see the connection. So, I mean, you're subtly saying that God doesn't exist. MP. That's pretty much what we're saying. There's only two.
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
Yeah. We're just trying to get you to realize that.
Yeah, the atheists are making arguments. They're famous for making arguments here online, where they where all of their arguments either prevent you from starting with God or finishing with God. All of their arguments, and I'm not saying this is you, multiple personalities, but a lot of people online, they make these arguments. It's impossible to start with God, and it's impossible to finish with God, because they'll start with any other possibility but God.
Yep.
That means you're starting
That's
with a
right.
certain presupposition, and if you're starting with a certain presupposition, then Antonio has a point when he's saying that the arguments that are being formed is designed for you to never come to the conclusion about God.
That's right.
That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, man. It just seemed like just this, and again, we're not saying you're doing this multiple, but we just come across a lot of non-believers who do this. It just seems like this endless game of playing these rabbit trails to lead to everywhere but God. If the arguments for God seem very powerful and sound, or they just seem to just do good work, I should say, just for lack of a better word or terminology. If these arguments seem to be very, very effective, what a non-believer would try to do is like, well, yeah, I can see how that would make sense to a degree, but there could be other possibilities. And then they would try to just get away from God in one way or another, and then lead you down the rabbit trails elsewhere. Like G-Man rightly pointed out, they don't want to have to start or end with God, but they can start or end with anything else. It's just illogical for them to say that they can start or end with anything else, but we can't.
Maybe I'm just maybe I've just been saying my position very poorly, but in our conversation, I accepted the fact that in my question, or in my understanding, I was accepting the fact that God exists. I was saying, okay, let's say God does exist, and he is the author of these laws of logic, these axioms, and there's a causal connection, because that seemed to be the argument. And I said, in that particular position, understanding is not that God doesn't exist. It's saying, all right, you guys are saying God exists, he causes these effects, and I'm asking, what led you to that conclusion that this was a causal relationship, that this cause created this effect? What, if I say can't, smoking cigarettes cause cancer, there's something there that leads people to that understanding, or not breathing causes people to die, that things of that nature. So I'm trying to I grant the fact that God exists, but I'm just trying to understand what led you to the conclusion, if that proposition is true, that now you have everything else. Because what you seem to be doing, which is fair, which is not wrong, is just assuming that if this thing is true, then it automatically leads here. And I think you're defining it in a way where you're saying it has all these attributes where it has no other choice but to lead to these conclusions. I could be wrong, but if you guys have, go ahead.
I can answer that. It goes back to the presuppositional argument. If you think about it, that without God, you can't possibly come to the realization of anything without Him, because then we have to question where you get your reason, and all the other things they bring up in the presuppositional argument and everything and whatnot. You know what I mean? The other thing is intelligence. When we're looking at the Big Bang, for example, and we're looking at what caused that expansion over these billions and billions and billions of years, supposedly, we're going to ask the question, where did the original matter come from? And we're going to constantly go backwards. And at some point, we know the scientists are going to say, well, we really don't know yet. You know what I mean? Now, granted, there are scientific experiments that we can do to try to find out what actually happened. But if these things cannot be explained scientifically, then there is absolutely positive, like Antonio said earlier, nothing wrong with saying that an intelligence had something to do with it, and i.e., or our God had something to do with it, since we have the claim in the scripture, and we can rationally come to the conclusion that an intelligence had to put it there, considering the events that followed Big Bang. You know what I mean? So it's logical conclusions on how we're coming to the conclusion that, okay, there has to be something out there greater than us, God or whatever or whatnot, right? Then there's what is it? Logical. There's a logical conclusions, and then there's the intelligent design argument that we can use. Right now, my head is a little light right now, so I can't think of the other things, but that's definitely one of them, and that's why I like the presuppositional argument so much. And that's that we can ask you, well, how are you coming to the conclusion that this has happened? And then they'll say, I have logically come to this conclusion. Then we'll say, well, how do we know that your logic is sound? You know what I mean? And at some point, you as the person that's saying that God had nothing to do with the Big Bang, ultimately gonna have to come to is ultimately gonna have to come up with a better argument than God. And right now, no scientist has a better argument than God. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, 110%. Yeah, and I feel bad because I feel like I'm trying to explain my position from a position of ignorance, and I think I have to just kind of do a little bit more research, because I think I understand what you guys are trying to say and to put forward, but I'm just not convinced of it. So I think I'm just gonna have to. I want to look at that video that I'm Trusting Jesus put up, and I want to just maybe start reading up a couple more things, because these arguments are. I would say I enjoy them because it makes me think about whether what I believe is actually true or not. But I'm just not convinced that your position is fair. And I don't know if, and I'm just being honest when I say that. I like the arguments, but I'm just trying to understand them in a way where I can be convinced.
Let me ask you a question, and this will be my last one, and somebody else can speak. Obviously, you're not coming from a theistic perspective on all of this and whatnot. You're trying to see it from a theistic perspective, right? My question for you is are there any good arguments against the existence of God? Yes or no?
Are there any good arguments? It was interesting. I was told somebody about this the other day. I don't know if any good arguments against the existence of God. I do not know of any. Only argument that I do know. Only argument that I do know is the more or less it's the what's it called, the absence of evidence argument, but that means nothing. That's a bad argument. So
okay, so and that's my point. If there are no good arguments against the existence of God, then one has to wonder, why does somebody claim that they don't believe in God if there are no good arguments? I mean, obviously we talk to a lot of people online, and they say things like, well, you can't prove a negative, you know what I mean? And that's been refuted, you know what I mean? Or at least has been challenged really hard here online, right? So
yeah, no, definitely, I agree.
If there are no good arguments against the existence of God, then what causes a person not to believe?
That's a great question, but at least personality is an agnostic, and he don't just take the position of an outright atheist like our friend Tom Leeds did, which I thought was flat out irrational. I appreciate most people's honesty on the issue rather than because he accepts that there could be evidence for God and all this other stuff, but he adopts agnosticism now. Tom Lee's accepted the same position, that he accepted that there could be evidence for God, but he's an outright atheist and rejects. Like, dude, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he jumps out of ships when it's convenient for him, right, Antonio?
Yep.
Yeah, he was
Yeah, so-
doing a lot of ducking and dodging in that conversation.
Right. So yeah, I guess what G is trying to say is that if there are no good arguments against the existence of God, then the atheist must hold his position by faith. Right. So it's faith versus faith. It's not science versus faith, how some atheists have portrayed it to be. I guess that's what G is trying to say.
I'll say this, and think about this. This I've actually looked up, and there's a great example by I forgot the guy's name, but it's an atheistic thinker, and it was a great example that he put forth. He said, well, let's imagine in scientists told us we can look up in the sky and see billions of stars and we see thousands of planets. Like, you know, in our expanding universe, there could be trillions of planets up there, and none of us are in a position to say, if someone made the claim that there is a civilization of Bigfoots out there somewhere in the entire universe, none of us will be in a position to say that that's not true. We can deny it. We can say, okay, well, yeah, that we don't believe that, but none of us are in a position to say that's not true. But yet, if I was to ask you, did anybody provide evidence to show that there are no Bigfoot anywhere in the universe? You would say no, obviously nobody. But that doesn't mean I have to now take the position that there are. You know, it's almost the null hypothesis. You just don't accept the proposition until sufficient evidence is put forward that helps you to accept the proposition. That's kind of my approach to understanding something.
All right. If any atheists would like to join, send me a message through YouTube or Google Plus. I don't want to make this just mostly an echo chamber. Multiple Personality has been cool and brave enough to come up in here. I always appreciate conversations with him. He has more guts than 99% of you atheists out there. So take notes.
Right. Multiple. Thank you for coming on here and talking with us. You've been gracious and everything, even though we've had more Christians on here majority of the time, and you still stuck around. So thank you.
You know what? I think sometimes, and this is how I always find it. I think people who don't believe in God sometimes are afraid to challenge. Like, it's almost like a contest. Like, if you guys win a point, it's like, oh my God, I've lost this point. No, it's, you know, if you're truly trying to understand someone else's position, truly trying to come to an understanding of what's actually true, then I think you have to evaluate everyone's claims equally. And if you just say, you know, I'm not going to talk to these people, I'm only going to talk to people who believe what I believe, and you can't grow, you can't really gain any knowledge. And I think that's the fear. And it seems like a lot of the atheists who are even in the chat just now, they have this. They don't want to come in here and be challenged like this, because sometimes it's you know, you guys are intimidating sometimes too. You guys know your shit, so.
Right. I get that.
I appreciate that because most people call us dumb, stupid, uneducated. You know, we love to throw that stuff around all the time. So,
I've been under the hang. I've defended that. I've said I don't think you guys are dumb and stupid at all. I think you guys, again, it's just like, you know, you know, we're all trying to convince. I honestly feel, and I think I told Antonio this before too. It's interesting from the Christian perspective, because, you know, I hate to say this, but because, you know, you always have that I once was a Christian, but, you know, I honestly feel that I once was a true believer, and I feel like you guys are out here trying to save souls. Like, you guys aren't really out here trying to just win arguments. You guys are out here trying to save souls. And if I was in that position, a Christian position, out here talking to atheists, trying to get them to save their eternal life, that's huge. There's a lot of, the stakes are very, very much high. But I think on the other side, it's just like, you know, here we're trying to win an argument. We're trying to make you guys look foolish. And those are two horrible positions to be in, because you guys take this seriously. You guys live this life. You guys, like you, G-Man, you go out there and try to actually save souls. And I think the others in here do the same thing. And to be in like a room where people are challenging that and not understanding why you guys do what you do, I think sometimes can be frustrating on both sides.
again,
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate that, MP. I'm glad that you can notice that. And of course, there are some people on the theist sides that can get caught up in the trying, being theologically puffed up or philosophically puffed up and trying to win arguments and stuff like that. But, of course, that's not what we're called to do, as revealed in scripture. So I appreciate you noticing that and being able to point that out and just not lumping or generalizing, all believers, into that one category of just stupid imbeciles, foolish, prideful people. So appreciate you pointing that out, man. And God bless, bro. Appreciate it.
So John wants to, I invite John McDropout. He usually comes by. We have solid, fair, and honest and cool conversation. So if he wants to drop out, he's more than welcome to. I'm trying to get some more atheists up in here, but if you guys just want this to be an echo chamber, then that's what it's gonna be. I'm allowing you guys to come in here. If you don't make the move, then that's what it's gonna be.
yeah. So I guess I'll talk a little bit. True.
Hey, G-Man. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, MP.
G-Man, I was going to ask you, how you saw Logan. How'd you think about, what'd you think about Logan, man?
Oh, I thought Logan was great. I don't want to tell you what happened in the movie, but these new mutants that they're developing, they're way better than well, actually I can't say that though, because I think if Wolverine was younger. Then again, a lot of these new mutants are better than the original X-Men. I'll just put it to you that way. I don't want to talk about the movie too much, because if I do, I'm gonna reveal something.
You don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, then I'm gonna spoil it.
G-Man, did you see the part where Cyclops dies again? I'm just making that up, dude. I hope that isn't true. I would feel like utter crap. It's making me feel even worse, dude. I hope I didn't reveal. I'm sorry.
You could have accidentally revealed something, even though you
in the movie.
Well, it's a good thing that didn't happen. But
what would you give it on a scale rating out of a 10? What would you give it out of a 10?
It's a 10. It's a 10. The movie was well worth it. It was well worth it. Worth every cent.
What'd you go see again?
Logan.
Oh man, I want to go see that so bad.
I don't want to talk about it, because if I do, then I'm gonna end up spoiling the movie, and you really need to go see it for yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna see it tonight.
This is one of those things. If I was in the same room with you and I told you what happened, you would smack me in the back of my head. So.
I'll probably try to make some time to go see it this Saturday or something, but I definitely want to see it.
You know, I got to stop coming to see your Hangouts, Antonio, because you're turning me into a pro. Now I'm almost pro-life based on your Ben Shapiro videos. This guy has some really good arguments. It's like he's really good, man.
I think the stuff he says is really no different than what I've been saying all along. I think he just has a way that he portrays it. He portrays it in a more succinct way, because I've always had difficulty explaining things, right? But the way he there's a word for it I can't think of, but the way he puts everything into perspective. He just has a way of getting straight to the point. He has a way of cutting through the BS more than anybody, and that's why I think he's so effective.
Let me say something to True Empiricism real quick. True, you there? True?
Yeah, I'm here, man. What's up?
Yeah, when you get a chance, go to Dragnout's channel and look for this conversation that I had with Steve McRae. Merry Christmas.
Oh, you talking about that whole God thing?
Yeah, about the definition of God. Yo, True. Merry Christmas, man. Have fun, man.
I think I know what you're referring to. I think he started talking about it a little bit on his channel a few weeks back.
Misrepresenting his position. Yeah, I wasn't misrepresenting his position. I was just stating the obvious of what was being said there. because obviously we Christians have a much deeper understanding about what God is, or a God is, you know what I mean, or what or the true and loving God is, than a person who just does like a hobby.
One thing for G-Man, one thing that you just said, I had to come to that realization because I've in arguing with Christians about God, I had to come to the realization that you guys just had more knowledge with this entity than I did, and for me to argue against that was almost foolish. So I think what you said right there was dead on.
I appreciate that, multiple. Thank you. But true, if you haven't seen it, man, just watch it and download it before Darknut take it down. I think you get a kick out of it, man. And it goes into what multiple was talking about. I know multiple was only talking about himself there, but I think he was only talking about himself. But I believe that's true about like the great debate in general, in terms of like people who eat, sleep, and drink this versus a person who's doing this like a hobby. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I'm actually in the process of making responses, Steve, right now. Actually, I started working on it a few weeks ago, and I just put it aside because I've just been really busy with work and a lot of other stuff. But I'm probably going to include some of that into this response video that I'm going to be making. I don't know what it's going to be.
How's the job going?
It's going great, man. Actually, I just got a raise too, so it's going good. It's just there's a lot of things that I need to do. Right now. Actually, I'm doing some paperwork for my job actually while I'm talking to you guys. So if you guys need me to step out to make room for somebody else, if I'm not speaking enough or something, just let me know. All right, guys.
Wait, True, you said you got a raise?
You cut out there bad for me, man.
No, I said you got a raise. You said.
Yeah, I got a raise. Just
Let me hold son, man. Let me hold son. No, I'm just kidding, man. No, but
well, every job I've worked, I've always gotten a raise or a promotion of some kind. This job, though, I've been working a lot of hours. Last week, I think I worked 78 hours, I believe. So it was a big paycheck, but I think they're expecting a little bit too much.
I mean, yeah, you don't want to overwork yourself, bro. I mean, yeah, man. Careful of that.
So how did the conversation go with your friendly neighborhood atheist?
It was interesting, but I mean, like multiple rightly pointed out, he did a whole lot of ducking and dodging. And multiple's not a Christian, and even he could see that. He did a lot of. Well, to be fair to him, there was some delay going on here and there, so I don't hold it completely against him the entire time. But I do think, as the conversation went to the latter part of his conclusion, the conversation I could tell was more fluid, and then there was less delay, and there was overt interruption from him on several different occasions. So he was ducking and dodging. He flat out interrupted me multiple times. He shifted his position outright from saying earlier he took a position earlier. I asked him, would you say that there is no evidence for God? He said yes. And then I pressed him on it. I was like, okay, I would say that that's incorrect because there is evidence for God. Like, for example, you can take the teleological argument. And what some people find credible evidence, others won't. So it's the difference between they're saying that there is no evidence necessarily and that there is no evidence in a preferential sense. So when I pressed him further, he said, well, it's not evidence to me. So I was like, okay, so you can't say that there's no evidence, but it ain't been no evidence strong enough preferable to you. And he was forced to admit that. So that's just a bit of things that went on in that conversation. But he was just all over the place, man. And he said that he had no final authority. That was really the icing on the cake right there.
Wait, what did he say? He had no final authority.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I wish I was here for that one. I'd have been like, okay, go look in the mirror. You see final authority right there. I would have said to him. So.
Now, in one sense, Dolph Dawkins was in here earlier. He made a decent point. In one sense, I could accept him saying that an atheist would not accept an authority because they would deny, God or any gods whatsoever. They would sort of, make themselves the authority. So I guess in a sense that he wouldn't have a higher authority, but to say he has no authority at all is just illogical. Either you are the authority, you would put maybe logic as the authority, you would put maybe conventions of agreement of humankind as the authority. Your authority is somewhere, dude. But for you to say you have no authority at all, that's just stupid.
Who gave him the authority to say that he doesn't have any authority?
Exactly.
I would have some fun with that guy, man. I would have fun with him.
Man, dude, you would have destroyed him too, man, if you were in the debate with him. But he was just making just the most basic of errors. I couldn't believe just how ignorant he was of a foundation he was coming from. I mean, the dude sound on par with Aaron Ra in absurdity. I'm not even joking you, man.
Have you ever made a video response against Aaron Ra, Antonio?
No, I haven't. I probably should.
And do the 10 seconds of silence again, man. You really got it. I love that segment when you do that, man.
Dude, now you got me getting ideas, man. I'm probably gonna do that sometime tonight, man. I'll probably just look at one of his videos and go, "Gotta destroy Aaron Ra," because I've already got
videos against some of his scientific conclusions too, regarding evolution and some of the things that I've heard him say. I'm really thinking about doing like a whole series on Aaron Ra, his understanding of evolution and how it works and everything. I think I've gotten that far now where I can.
I tell you what I've been thinking about doing. I've been thinking about this last week. I'm making pretty good money right now. My last paycheck was bigger than the paycheck that I talked to you guys before. Steady. My paycheck has been pretty big. I'm thinking about just offering the guy like $500 to come into a room with me, that he can't leave the room for at least an hour and a half. If he leaves the room, then I don't pay him any money. But if he comes into a room with me for an hour and a half, then I'll give him the money, because $500 is really nothing to me right now. So I think he might take that. I think he might do that, because to him and Matt Dillahunty, this is their money. This is their money making. They don't really work. This is how they're making their money right now, through Patreon and through YouTube. So I think there's a shot.
And G-Man
offered that kind of money
too. You offered some money too, didn't you?
Oh, on Raw? No. I offered Matt Dillahunty $100 an hour to come on my channel. $100 per hour to come on my channel. I want to help for at least 3 hours. I would have given him $300. I would have gave it to like an atheist we both knew, and once he fulfilled his time and did what he said he was going to do on the show, then I would give him the money. I would have that person give him the money. So,
now, who was it, an atheist who came for less money? Don't one of y'all know who I'm talking about?
For less money?
It was an atheist. I think it was Matt Dillahunty or Aaron or somebody who accepted to come on somebody's show for even less money than y'all are offering.
Well, the reason why they won't take the money from us, because I think, and I'm not talking about all atheists on here, but there are some influential people on here that are atheists that's got a big audience or whatever, or known by a lot of atheists, that will not debate certain people. And I think it's because they know that there are certain people on here that can refute their arguments into the ground. I might not be the best person to go one-on-one against Thunderfoot, but I'll put true empiricism in front of him any day of the week. You understand what I'm saying? Intellectual in their community, what was that guy named Sam Harris? I think his name is. Just about every Christian I know on here that has any real debate experience can go toe to toe with Sam Harris. I mean, they're not going to get destroyed by him.
It's true. They're not
So,
that good. The best of their best, when you really listen to what they say, they're really not that good. Unfortunately, like people like Concordance, he's got about 40,000 subscribers, but there's not as many people paying attention to him as they should. And he's a thoughtful atheist that makes some pretty good points. Instead, you've got people like Howard Ra, Matt Delahanty, Sam Harris, some of these other atheists that every word that they make, it's just fallacy after fallacy, and you wonder if they've ever actually read the Bible, or if all they've got of their knowledge or their understanding is from some atheist website. I really do believe that. I think that any Christian in this room, or the majority of the Christians in our community that are active in the great debate, like Veckel, or even the Bible thumping Wignut, or Matthew 4:19, I bet you we would just slaughter them if we had a discussion with them.
It's interesting you say that, because I was talking to the Friendly Neighborhood Atheist earlier. He was here before you got here a while back, and I was asking him, for you to say that there is no evidence for God, that means you have to have an expectation of what evidence you would expect to see for you to be able to say that there is no evidence. To say that there is no evidence, that means you have an idea on what the evidence would look like. You know what the evidence would look like to say that you haven't seen it. And he was saying, well, why don't you show it to me? I was like, well, why would I need to show it to you? You know what it looked like. You say you haven't seen it. You already know what it looked like. Why are you asking me to show you what you already know what it is? You already know what it looks like, and you're asking me to show it to you. Because if you don't know what it looked like, then how can you say that it's not there? That's just stupid.
Mm-hmm. And you know what's funny about this, though? Just going back on what G-Man said earlier, a lot of people try to say that G-Man's stupid. We're all stupid. Everybody in our community, we're all dumb, right? And I remember when he was going back and forth with Matt Delahanty, he called at least 2 or 3 different times to speak with Matt Delahanty. And the first time, clearly, G-Man didn't. He wasn't able to talk about what he wanted to talk about with Matt Delahanty. The other time when he had the discussion with Matt Delahanty, I watched that discussion from start to finish with G-Man in there. And I noticed that all the atheists were talking their trash, how G-Man got destroyed. He got onto that discussion. When I watched that discussion, I saw only one point of refutation, 1 point. And that was when G-Man corrected him on an assertion in the Bible. One thing that I noticed is that immediately after he had corrected, G-Man had corrected him on that point, and I did do a video over this to show people that this really did happen. Immediately after G-Man confronted him and showed him that he was wrong, Matt Delahanty quickly tried to give himself an excuse to remove G-Man from that room. So you see, exactly what we're talking about here. Usually, the atheists like Matt Delahanty, Sam Harris, Aaron Ra, they're lifted up on this pedestal as if they're these great intellectuals that know a lot about what they're talking about. Aaron Ra with his science, and Matt Delahanty supposedly because he understands the Bible and he was going to school, he went to college, he was going to try to become a minister, right? That's what everybody tries saying about him. But a direct point on his own show concerning the scripture, not anybody's opinion on scripture, but directly with what the scripture says, G-Man showed him that he didn't know what he's talking about. So let's just think about that for a second, okay? Everybody tries to say that G-Man's stupid. He's dumb, right? They try to say that with all of us. And they also try to say that Matt Delahanty, he's like the best debater on their little, side of the great debate. So who they considered to be an idiot was better than their own when it came to scripture. He bested him when he had that discussion with him on scripture. You know why? Because the foolishness of God is wiser than the wisdom of men. And I've seen that happen time and time again, where these people on our side of the great debate, supposedly we don't know anything about what we're talking about, which is these big idiots and so on and so forth. And whenever push comes to shove and we engage with these people that are down talking us and trying to degrade us, you always tend to see that they do really, really bad. And the exact topics that they try to speak in authority over. And this isn't the first time I've seen G-Man actually correct somebody else. We all saw that situation with JDK when he made that accusation about, what did he say, that Christians don't appear in the Bible?
Yeah, he said that the word Christian doesn't appear in the Bible.
Yeah, it was bad, man.
Yeah, I mean, so it's not like one time. I think we've all seen G-Men correct people numerous different times. We saw yourself, Antonio, with your discussion with Skylar Fiction. There was a lot of different points in that one discussion with Skylar, and it's happened over and over and over again. So, unfortunately, there's just not enough people watching this and pointing these things out. And I really do think that we need to do a better job pointing these things out, because when we allow them to talk and spin these events on us, I think it does leave an impression in people's minds that are weak-minded, that are not able to see what's really going on here in the great debates. People have to be wise to really see what's going on here, otherwise they're going to be fooled.
Now, you should also look at the beginning of this hangout with the exchange with me and the friendly neighborhood atheist. That's what he calls himself. And you can see more just blatant, just flat out train wrecks, man. I couldn't believe just the ignorance that was coming out from this guy. And I had a pretty good idea on how the discussion was going to go. And I did my response videos on this guy previously. He was just saying a bunch of just terrible, terrible things. And I was pretty confident he was going to bring that same crap into this hangout, and that's exactly what he did. I mean, for him to say that he has no ultimate authority, no final authority, come on. That is just the epitome of ignorance, and there's no other way to put it.
Well, I think that one of us need to set some time aside and do a thorough video where we're showing all of the corrections that we have made towards these people in their community. And I think it would be a good thing so that people can see, look at, okay, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Why is it that he's correcting all of you guys on this particular topic? Why is it that he happened to be right here, here, and here? I think it'll be a good video.
I'll do it. And I'll post the video April 1st, 2017.
Well, I'm talking about some of this stuff, G-Man, because I'm actually in the process of making a response to Steve. I don't know what it's going to be uploaded because of the way my schedule is right now, but it is going to be uploaded. And some clips are going to be included from yourself and some of the discussions here online. One of the clips that I'm going to be trying to use is from a discussion that you had with JD Kane on his own channel. I think there was a lot of good points in that discussion with JD Kane, where again, JD Kane was the one who was shown to not really know what he's talking about. So I am going to be putting a video together with yourself. I'm trying to do this with other people as well. I showed one of the clips from Antonio and Skylar Fiction on the last video that I did. I'm trying to figure out a way where I can include some clips from a discussion with Vackel, some of his discussions that he's had with some atheists. I got another one with Skylar Fiction, and I'm looking for one that's, what's his name? Darwin's D.
I got a perfect one. He had one with DPR when with the whole because I think DPR was drunk, I think, and he had refuted him on I think it was the flood or whatever.
Yeah, I remember that.
Larry.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that.
Hey, I got some nice juicy footage for you, True, and I can get it to you as well, G-Man, on a discussion that DD had with an atheist the other day. I was in the room too, but dude, he destroyed, and I mean just utterly had this atheist for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and a dessert entree on the side, man. It was just so awesome.
I need to get my hands because I know I have it archived on my channel when True Empiricism was talking to Aaron Raw, and when they were trying to change. As a matter of fact, not with just Aaron Raw, with Hogtie Champ too, when they kept trying to dissect his argument on the complexity of a cell, and they was stuck on when True Empiricism kept saying, what was it, in a coordinated fashion, and they went into the topic alone. Yeah. So yeah. I'm gonna get that clip. I'm gonna re-upload that to my channel.
just to be charitable, I think the truth is that my connection was really, really bad in that discussion, and that there was a lot of overlapping, I guess, with the audio, and I was breaking up a lot clearly for anybody who watches that discussion. But at the same time, when they're responding to what I'm saying to them, especially when you listen to Howard Raw, when I asked him about DNA, can you explain to me how DNA operates, how it functions? His answer was like, you want to explain to me a very complex, phenomena right now? And I'm thinking to myself, this isn't really all that complex. What are you talking about? Proteins and DNA to proteins. Amino acids have the carbon and the hydrogen in the middle, and then the R groups. I mean, it's not very difficult to excuse me, guys, to talk about. So why is this guy that is this big, cheese here online, this big atheist that everybody goes to, everybody says he's like the best spokesman for evolutionists here online, having difficulty with one of the most basic topics of evolution? I mean, if you don't understand how DNA operates, how the amino acids, fold, like, primary structures, tertiary groups, secondary structures, and how they end up going into these different protein shapes, these complex protein shapes, how are you going to tell me that you understand evolution to begin with, right? Because it's mutations and mistakes in the genome that is going to affect how things are going to progress over the long run. You get what I'm trying to say, guys? If he doesn't understand DNA and its most basic operation, if he doesn't understand what DNA is and how it's supposed to operate, how is he supposed to be someone to take seriously when he's going to start talking to us about how DNA is not evidence of intelligent design, like he's criticizing his videos, and how DNA shows evidence of evolution, if he doesn't understand the basics when it comes to DNA? So
DNA is important because you need to be able to explain how it works in order to talk about mutations. So if you can't do that, then he discredits himself hard.
It's interesting you mentioned these big atheists who don't seem to understand basic concepts, because if you look at, again, I go back to the atheist I was talking to earlier in this hangout, he has, 1,700 subs? So his base, his sub base is way bigger than mine at this current time. And he was concerned with little old me. I did one response video, well, technically a total of 2, but originally I only did one response video on him. Didn't say anything about him or to him for over a month. And this dude was trolling my channel like nonstop for like a month. He couldn't leave well enough alone. He was begging for me to respond to him.
Because when you say something that that sticks in the back of their mind, that conflicts with their worldview and their opinions on things, they can't leave it alone because they are intolerant of your view. They want to try to overshadow what you're saying by trying to speak over you or trying to tell you that you're wrong. So I think that's pretty much what it is. They come to these channels and they dislike our videos, and they make these assertions towards us, not to have open dialogue, not to try to have a discussion or to be open-minded like they try to say about themselves. They come over here because they're intolerant of our views, and they think that if they are negative and they keep on coming over here to make accusations towards us, then that's going to somehow silence us.
DD in the house. What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Yo.
All right. So we were just talking about these sort of big atheists who have these big subs. I did a hangout actually a while back called Atheists Who Have a Lot of Subs but No Substance. I'll say that again. They have a lot of subs but no substance. Now, before you came in here, Didi, I was telling the boys that I was talking to our atheist friend came in here earlier, and I did one response video on him originally. I've done a total of 2, but originally I only did one response video on him. He found out about it, and I hadn't said anything about the guy or to the guy for over a month straight. And this man was trolling my channel nonstop, begging to get a response from me. And I finally responded to him, and I was like, dude, what the heck is your problem, man? Your ego isn't so big that I'm obligated to respond to you. I don't know where you get this idea that you're intellectually superior as a human being or as an atheist or whatever you think you are, but you aren't any better or worse than anyone else. So I am not obligated to respond to you on your timetable. And that just drove him mad. He couldn't stop trolling my channel for over a month.
Hey, Antonio, I have to take off, but if you're still open in an hour, I'll try to come back on. All right, man.
I'll probably be here, but I'll see you later, man. Thanks for coming in.
Hey, hey, True, before you go, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Are you going to be sending Steve McRae a birthday card?
A birthday card? Probably not.
Do you know what he has? You know what Steve McRae has in common with Wile E. Coyote?
No, what? What's up?
They're both super geniuses.
Oh yeah,
super geniuses at executing plans and colossally failing in them.
Okay, all right, guys. It was nice talking to you guys. I gotta head out the door because this lady I'm going to be picking up, she's going to be out like right now. Okay, guys. So I'll be back as quick as possible.
Well, later, man. You're welcome back, man. Well, God bless you, bro.
Okay, God bless, guys.
But I think that's a perfect illustration. Wile E. Coyote, he comes up with these
Wile E. Coyote, super genius.
Yeah, he comes up with these super genius plans, and they have colossal failures in them every single time. And there's an old saying that if you can't beat them, join them. But I guess that's not Steve.
Hey, why don't you see if you can get your buddy, the friendly neighborhood atheist, back on?
I don't think we're gonna see him back on tonight. Honestly, he made it very clear that he won't be available again until Friday. But I'll definitely go over the details with him again because I'm pretty sure he won't be able to resist another discussion. And I'll tell him that he can invite a friend or two if he want, and then we can have an exchange.
Yeah, try to schedule it after 7 o'clock Central Time.
Well, I don't know if that's going to be possible because he said that he is generally available earlier in the day, so I don't really know if that's going to work.
Okay. Well, just see if you can do it. Schedule it before like 4:30 Central Time.
Yeah, that'll probably work. I'll probably definitely be able to get him in around
any time between like lunch and 4:30 Central. I can do that.
Yeah, I could probably get him in here around there. I told him that I would be free all day on Friday, so we'll work out the details and see if we can get that set up. But if you heard some of the things this guy was saying, man, I mean, there's nothing that you haven't heard before, but still though, man, to outright just say that you don't have a final authority, that was just, dude, it just told me to just...
Well, then if you don't have a final authority, how are you able to determine that?
Yeah, right. Like, where'd you reason from to say that? What? You got that from somewhere. Oh, exactly. It's so bad. Even multiple personality, who's obviously not a Christian, even said that he was ducking and dodging, as he put it, and that he was just all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Well, I like to use the term they were shucking and jiving.
Oh yeah, man. What else did he do? Okay, he outright denied a final authority. That was one just major messed up thing. I asked him a question, and then he diverted to asking me about, do I think the earth is flat? Do I think the earth is young and all this other stuff? I'm like, dude, what are you trying to do? You're not going to get anywhere with this, man. What if I thought the earth was flat? What if I tell you I firmly affirm that the earth is young? So what? What is that supposed to do for your position of you being an atheist? All that would do is for you to think that I have absurd views elsewhere. And I'm not saying that a young Earth view is absurd, because I'm personally agnostic on the age of the Earth. But what I'm saying from his standpoint, all he can say is that I have absurd views elsewhere. That doesn't have any bearing on my argument for whether God exists or not. Just because you may think I have absurd views elsewhere does not affect my argument on the existence of God at all. So that was just really stupid that he tried to attempt that. What else did he do? Oh yeah, he said I tried. He said I tried to pull a William Lane Craig, and the thing is, William Lane Craig don't tend to use pre-sub arguments anyway, so that was just flat out wrong right there. That was just stupid. But by him saying I was trying to pull a William Lane Craig, I was like, dude, you're trying to suggest that William Lane Craig gives bad arguments, or just because they come from him that they're somehow invalid. So he was also employing a genetic.
Well, what you should have just told him is he's pulling a Richard Dawkins.
Oh man, that was good.
Or tell him he's pulling a Christopher Hitchens.
Oh man, dude, Didi, you should go back and listen to the beginning of this hangout, man. I was trying to bring it back to a foundation we could work from, because he was interrupting a whole lot. Some of it was an honest delay, but I think more often than not, he was doing blatant interruption. And what I was trying to do was just lay the groundwork back to final authorities. I was trying to lay the groundwork, and he asked me, do I know what a final authority is? I was like, dude, are you serious? Why would you even ask me that? It's like these people just assume.
I'll have to go back and listen to the video.
Yeah, man, it's just like these people just assume that you don't understand basic concepts, but for you to deny that you have a final authority, like you rightly said, like what authority are you using to say that? What basis are you using to even argue that? I mean, this guy. And the thing about him is like I told the boys earlier, I knew that this conversation was more than likely going to go down this sort of absurd road, because I did a couple of response videos on this guy, and he just was so ignorant, and he brought that ignorance into this hangout. So it pretty much went the way I thought it went, except with a little too much interruption. And that was pretty much it. But as far as the ignorance, I expected to see ignorance, but I expect them to deny basic concepts like we all have final authorities. I didn't expect them to deny us basics like that, man. That was just, and like I said, his arguments were so bad, and he did so bad that even multiple personality who's not an atheist said he did bad.
But at least he's a friendly neighborhood atheist.
Friendly neighborhood atheist. And there's nothing friendly about this guy, man. I don't know what to say about this guy other than that. I pretty much said all I need to say, but what do you do to, keep these atheists from just trying to take the discussion also in all sorts of rabbit trails? Because I think I did quite well in this conversation.
Well,
but I think
you could pull out a gun and shoot them.
Well, yeah, that's one thing, I guess.
Well, this is what they do. They want to segue down a semi-related rabbit trail to avoid the specific issue at hand. This is what they do. Okay.
So, like, when you find them doing that, so what is your approach?
I don't have a technique that works. Usually, the more stupid they are, nothing works because they can't be reasoned with because they're stupid. The more intelligent atheists, which they're few and far between, you can point out to them that, hey, I asked you a question And you're shucking and jiving, you're dodging, you're weaving, you're tap dancing like Fred Astaire.
And he was just saying all kinds of stupid stuff. Like, I told him about final authorities and how if one denies the Christian God, then they cannot know anything. And he said, well, other guys could say that same thing as well.
I'm glad that you're advocating for something that you believe has no support or justification. Now, say, Mr. Atheist, why would you all put on the table something that you believe is counterfeit? You know?
Yeah, right? I think the whole idea is tried to make it seem like
once they bring up the issue, well, there are other gods that could come in and say that they are the necessary precondition. The moment they say that, they've destroyed themselves without even knowing it. They've signed their death warrant.
Oh,
because they're now they have now conceded in a de facto way that their worldview, their skeptical worldview, cannot provide a justification for their reasoning and argumentation. So pat yourself on the back when they start bringing up Muhammad and other things like that. Wow, but they don't even realize it. It's game over.
Yeah, I think the game with them is to try to suggest that since other guys can say the same thing, that it makes the claim meaningless to say.
Well, why would they invoke something else?
That's true. They would be inevitably leaving their own foundation to do that. That makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. All right. So we have. I didn't see Logan coming here. What's up, man? And Multiple's back too.
How's it going, man? How's it going?
Not too bad, man. I don't know if you got to watch this debate earlier that I had with an atheist that came at the beginning of this hangout.
No, I really just joined in like probably 5 minutes ago because I think Carlos or Trustin, I think his name is, he said, "Oh, join the call," and I was like, all right.
Oh, okay, cool. I can't fathom just the basic errors that this guy was making. Just to well, you've been in here. You've heard me say some of them, like how he denied that he had a final authority. How he tried to shift the discussion when I was asking him questions. How he tried to he was interrupting constantly. He just did just your typical atheist, just garbage tactics, and he just didn't do well at all. I mean, I hope he accepts the invitation to continue again because he said he might continue the discussion this Friday. But
well, it's called ASJing. ASJing. Atheist shucking and jiving.
ASJ. I think I'm gonna steal that one, man.
ASJ. Atheist shucking and jiving.
Hey, Didi, how long have you been dealing with atheists, man?
Way too long.
I can tell that your experience is just so visceral and
well, I get frustrated with their childish games, trolling that they play and things like that. But you see, ultimately, though, I know what the end of the story is. I've peeked at the back of the book. And in spite of the fact that, you know, they are convinced that there is no God, there's a very unpleasant, warm place awaiting them when they die.
That's the worst part about this. I mean, I don't see this as a game at all. Like multiple rightly point out, we're trying to, we have the hope of saving souls. It is God that does the saving, but we're just the instruments he's using. know, so to treat this issue as some sort of arrogant game to where you want to make fun of people, you want to overtalk people, you want to interrupt people, you don't want to listen to what people are really saying. You just kind of think that just because you've heard maybe some atheist talking points on evilbible.com or something, that your arguments are solid. Because all you've heard is stuff about talking snakes and the Red Sea parting and whatnot, which I do believe obviously all those things happen, but that's literally the extent of what someone like him has heard, and that he thinks that, you know, that's pretty much the extent of Christianity. I don't think he talks to intelligent Christians that often at all, or if he does, he's very dishonest when he does.
Well, I look forward to meeting this friendly neighborhood atheist.
I'm going to try to get him back in here.
It's even funny to hear you say that.
Well, that's what he calls himself.
No, I know. It's just funny to hear.
I'm going to try to get him back in here again, though, because, I mean, the man was trolling my channel for a month, and he was begging me to respond to him. So, I mean, I don't see why he would not oblige to show up again, you know, sometime on Friday. And I will be more, I mean, I sent him some messages, but apparently he didn't get them. So he's got comments on my channel. He's going to know that I'm going to challenge him to come back in for another discussion on Friday. And I'm going to be free all day on Friday, so I'm going to make it around a time frame to where that you'll also be available, Didi. And then I'm going to let him know if he wants to invite somebody, he can, so we can have an exchange. So he doesn't get the idea that I'm trying to gang up on him or something. But I really am interested in pushing him some more, because he has just this arrogance about him that it's just has to be put in its place.
Well, I'll be glad to help you out. I always enjoy shining the spotlight of truth on those who shuck and jive.
You know, I don't mean to change the topic, but Darth, did you see Rogue One yet?
Yes, I did.
What did you think about the Vader scene at the end? It was like incredibly vicious.
It was amazing.
I thought it was well done. Well, that's what he is.
It's crazy because actually in the original they were gonna leave that scene out, but they decided to keep it in at the end.
Oh,
that would have been such a mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the fact, because it was like, you know, with Vader, you never really got, even though he had the stuff with him and Luke, you never really saw him just rip it up like he did. And that I think that piece showed why there was such fear for Vader, because he was just like, you know, mauling through these guys. It was amazing.
Oh yeah, dude. In the comics, he's really freaking powerful, but you only get to see the comics. Imagine if we got to see him in action during those 18, 20 years between episode 3 and 4, like really got to see him fight.
Well, George Lucas had some basic good ideas for the movies, but he ruined them. He couldn't make up his mind whether he wanted to make a good movie or a children's movie. I mean, The Phantom Menace was abysmal. The second one was, what was it? Was it the Clone Wars, or what was that called?
Yeah, the Clone Wars.
That was horrendous. Now, the one good thing in The Phantom Menace was the lightsaber battle.
But Darth,
that was amazing.
What's it, Darth? What was the guy's name?
That guy
Darth
had that great first name. Yeah, that great first name, Darth.
Darth Maul. No, when he introduced that lightsaber, the bow lightsaber, that was amazing. Yeah, that was a really good.
Yeah, the makeup job that they did on him was just absolutely ridiculous. That would be over the top for somebody's Halloween costume. You know? I mean, I can understand they want to make him look sinister, and they could have done that, but that was just ridiculous. But the lightsaber fight scene, it was just outstanding.
But But what about your guys' opinion on the fact Rogue One didn't really have any lightsaber plays except for that last scene with Vader, which obviously he had to pull out the lightsaber. But
Well,
it was the first Star Wars movie
a,
that we didn't have any lightsaber play at all, which I think was phenomenal.
It's supposed to be a side story. It's not supposed to.
Yeah, most of the Star Wars is about the politics and the Jedi of the Star Wars, universe.
Yeah.
And this one was not. It showed us the battleground, what actually happened when the troops went out and to fight and whatnot, and how many people actually died. Yeah, I think this give a better imagery of that.
Yeah, although I don't like Disney for a number of reasons, I did think that they did a superb job overall with the movie. Not that it was perfect or flawless, but I think overall they did a good job.
Well, with the new one,
The Force Awakens, parts of it were good, parts of it were just a ripoff of A New Hope.
Yeah, exactly. I thought I was the only one that kept saying the same thing. It was a new hope for a new generation. It was the same Death Star, the same. It was all the same stuff.
When I saw that new Death Star, I went, seriously, dudes? Your scriptwriters couldn't come up with anything interesting other than that? Don't you remember in the Return of the Jedi when the crazy Emperor goes, now we have an even more powerful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fully operational. Oh gosh. By the way, Antonio, what you need to do when you start a live broadcast, you need to go into your YouTube channel, and I forget which page it is, but you have to post the tags for the room. So you want to put stuff like atheist, and then you hit
tags in
Did you put tags in?
Yeah, you told me to.
It's not showing up. It's not showing up on the Google Hangouts.
What? You told me to put in the word, press return or enter, which is what I did, and I saved it.
All right, hold on a second. All right, now it's not. You have to make sure that you have to enter the tags in the tag area.
Hold on, let me check this out real quick. I gotta hold on.
Yeah, because when people do searches for live Hangouts, when you have tags in it, makes it easier to find. But your Hangout is not even showing up. Wait. Oh, hold on a second. Excuse me. It is showing up. It's showing up in Atheism. Tom Leeds, the Friendly Neighborhood Atheist. Is that it? All right, my mistake. I was expecting to see your. Was looking at the text. All right, yeah, there. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right,
my mistake. You know what I usually do for my videos? I usually make a whole bunch of tags. Like, for instance, when I do movie reviews or something, I have a whole bunch of canned tags and just copy and paste it on it. So you don't have to really type them out every time.
I should have a bunch of preset tags saved in a Word doc or something and just paste them.
That's exactly what I do. Just already have them typed out and just paste them in.
I think that's really, really good. I need to do that myself.
But Darth, if you like these, I don't know if you like the X-Men movies, but you should go see Logan. I hear Logan is really good. G-Man said it's really good too.
Are you into Marvel or DC Comics, DD?
Am I into it? No, but do I enjoy going to some of the movies? Sometimes, if it's good, It just depends on the movie plot.
Sure. I think, a lot of the Wolverine-based movies with Logan in them, those are some really, really well-written movies. I think you would like those if you haven't seen any of those.
The Wolverine.
I haven't seen a bad one yet. They're all solid.
Well, do you like Hugh Jackman?
Heck yeah.
You should see him in Prisoners. That is
I've never heard of that movie.
He and who's the Terrence Howard? He and Hugh Jackman. They're having a family get together. They're neighbors and they're good friends, and their two daughters ask permission to go get a toy and come back, and they go get a toy and they don't come back. and it's a phenomenal movie. I don't want to give anything away.
This starts off with
What's it called?
It's called Prisoners. Hugh Jackman delivers a masterful performance. Jake Gyllenhaal is great. The plot is great. The acting is great. It just was fantastic.
I'm gonna tell you,
it's called Prisoners. It's not what you think. It's not a movie about people in jail. It's about Hugh Jackman's search, trying to find what happened to his daughters. And it doesn't sound interesting. In fact, my sister demanded that I watch it. And I finally watched it. I went, wow, that's a great movie.
And that sometimes sucks when they advertise the movie poorly, and that happens to be a really good movie.
I hate that so much. I didn't even
Trust me, if you watch Prisoners, you're going to come back to me and you're going to say two things. Thank you for recommending it, and wow, that was a great movie.
Yeah,
it's really good.
I definitely have something to look forward to after this hangout, because I was like, man, what am I gonna do after this hangout's over? But now I know.
Fantastic.
Have you guys seen? It's funny because they got I was watching CNN. They have this new show called Believer with Reza Aslan. Have you guys ever heard of that guy, Reza Aslan?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
But he's like an all-out fraud, though. I'm surprised CNN would give him a show.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Excuse me? You're talking about Fake News Central? CNN?
Well, yeah, they gave this guy. This guy had like
CNN got the patent on fake news.
Yeah, they do. Didn't you see them make an error just as basic as getting upset at Ben Carson talking about the slaves were immigrants, but they didn't say they didn't say a dang word when Obama said the same thing back in 2015.
Obama said slaves were immigrants?
Yes.
Didn't you see my video on it earlier? I had the video.
No, I didn't see it.
He said he was talking about immigrants who come here for very hard lives, and then he mentioned the African slaves who came here by no will of their own, who were in their own way immigrants themselves. That's what he said.
I don't know. I always find it to be a double standard for conservatives in the media. It's poor. But one thing I like.
Oh man, he dropped out. But
somebody from CNN sniped them.
Yeah, they cut him off when he was about to say some truth. Like, you have those random cuts off the air. You just lose the feed magically when some truth is about to be dropped. But I was just saying earlier, like, if you want to talk about whether it's appropriate to call slaves immigrants or not, then we can have a conversation about that. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But we can't have that honest conversation if we're not honest about how we treat people first. If they're going to jump all over Ben Carson for saying that and not say anything about Obama, then there's no point in us even.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll allow them to have a hissy fit about calling slaves immigrant, and they'll allow us to have a hissy fit about calling unborn babies fetuses.
Exactly. I really like how you put that, man. Yeah, so it's okay for them to throw those hissy fits. Oh, if we object to them and they're tiptoeing with terminology to try to justify killing babies, it's a problem, right? And
yeah, well, that's the nature of the left. They're not consistent. They're hypocritical.
And man, what you've taught me about presuppositionalism has been very effective, even in a lot of my pro-life arguments, because I'm starting to employ it in my pro-life arguments, and they just go crazy when they hear it. Because I was talking to a guy earlier today, and I was asking them, what is your baseline ultimate foundation from where you reason from? And then first he said, well, I, as a guy, can't say that I should be able to tell a woman where she gets an abortion or not. And then he said his baseline presupposition was the law. And then he says baseline presupposition was, I don't think you can
suppose,
call
Antonio, suppose there was a new fad about people, you know, a generation or so ago, you didn't see the massive amount of tattoos on people. You generally saw tattoos on people who were bikers, people in the military, sailors, things like that, truck drivers. But in these days, we're seeing a large number of people who are not of those backgrounds get tattoos, and in addition, getting all sorts of body modifications, right? I mean, really weird and grotesque ones. Now, what about if there was a new fad of people cutting off half their pinky as some type of style demonstration, and we had doctors who were performing amputations of perfectly normal pinkies, right? So, you know, so and if we pass legislation saying doctors can't cut off perfectly normal fingers, are we going to say, oh, you can't do that because a person has a right to their own body, and if they want to cut off their pinky, they can? I mean,
Exactly.
That's ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Exactly. There's so many times in which we don't even entertain that thought at all. I mean, they're trying to slip it in there, but for the most part, we don't entertain it as of now. Like, we don't just allow people to just go out just naked in any sort of public place just because you want to. Just because you say your body doesn't give you the right to just go out butt naked. No, there are limits to these things. So when you understand that there are limits to what you are saying, you got to consider the implications on how you can just make the point, it's my body, my choice. You got to consider the implications on where you draw the line at.
But there's I would say there's an argument to be made about personal autonomy. For instance, if someone was to, you know, take me hostage and put something in my body, and then the Lord tells me I can't remove it, and I have to be held hostage for 9 months until it matures, that I think is a different scenario. And I think it's a minority scenario, we'll say, for instance, in the case of rape or incest, where you're talking about someone who's being forced, you know, the government compelling them to more or less be an incubator versus, you know, having a choice, a reckless choice. You know, they did something that was reckless, and they're having a choice to remove this object. So I think, you know, on one side, you're talking about it's competing values. We're talking about competing values, the life of the child versus the life of the mother. And which are we going to value? Are we going to force someone to be an incubator, or are we going to or can they make a choice not to have to be able to make their own bodily choices? So
I think that logic is so ludicrous and ridiculous, and let me tell you why. You talk about that it's competing values, but that's just like saying that when someone is a parent, then the obligation to feed the child, like when, let's say the child's a newborn, the obligation to feed the child, burp the child when it needs to be burped, give the child shelter, and all those other sorts of things, the whole nine. Those are conflicts with their personal autonomy, because what you're doing is you're arbitrarily applying autonomy in one sense and saying that there's a conflict. But anybody can arbitrarily, you know, use that autonomous argument and saying that it's a conflict with their personal rights. Why can't we say that there is an autonomous argument when you're a parent taking care of a newborn?
I think
you have an obligation that is expected of you when you are taking care of a newborn child, but all of a sudden when it's applied to the unborn, for some arbitrary reason, there is no obligation and it's a conflict. It makes no sense.
Well, if you're talking about a child that's actually born, you don't have to take on the obligation. If you have a child that's in the hospital and you choose to get rid of it, you choose not to take care of it, other people will come. That child will be adopted. No one will force you. Well, I can't say anyone. I don't know how it is in other states, but I know where I live, they don't force you to take care of the child. They actually have laws where if you are taking care of a child, you feel like you can, you take it to a police precinct, hospital, and give up all your parental rights at that time, at any moment. I could take my child right now to a police precinct and say I don't want my child anymore, and give up all the rights to that child. So I think when you're talking about somebody in the womb, that person can't do that. But I do agree there's a difference between when a child is viable versus something that's not viable. And, that type of argument. That may be just a distinction without a difference.
Well, so you're telling me that because there are other people around, it magically changes the whole thing? Because you told me that you just said that, well, there's other people that you can pass off your obligation to legally. So if there's other people around that you can pass off your obligation to, then it's all of a sudden it magically changes the whole ordeal. It has nothing to do with your own autonomy, but the dependence of other people being around to drop the child off to you.
No, I think because the argument was that you have your personal bodily autonomy to be able to choose what you do with your body, and your argument was that when a child is out of the womb, you have this obligation to do this. But I was challenging that point by saying even when the child is out of the room, you don't necessarily, you might have the moral obligation, but you don't have, in most scenarios you can give that child away and not have that obligation. It's not like something that you have to do. People choose to take care of their children. It's not something that you have to do. I think if you choose to have custody of a child, then you inherently are choosing to take care of the child. But that is by no means. People get rid of their children all the time. But I think when you're talking about a child that's you're nurturing in your room, if you talk about some unborn child that cannot survive on its own, and my objection is more or less I'm curtailing this objection to something where you're talking about a woman who is raped and is impregnated, forced impregnation. That I think is a different argument than just the argument of someone who was reckless and may have become pregnant because and then are making a choice to terminate that pregnancy. But I think in both scenarios you have the obligation of the state saying the state is more or less saying I'm taking over your body at this point and is forcing you to become an incubator for this particular being, and your rights don't matter, which I don't think is the case when the child is outside the body, because the state can transfer those rights to somebody else, and sometimes they do.
Well, let's unpack this. But the only reason why you would say that someone can release their obligation to somebody else is because there are other people around. So what you tell me is, let's just say hypothetically there were no other people around. Would you say it's then okay to kill a child because there's no other people around?
No. I would say that if you have taken a child to a secluded place and just leave the child in the woods or something like that, no, it definitely would not be okay to do that. What I'm saying is that I think we live in a society which recognizes that some people aren't mature, either mentally or physically or whatever, to take care of children. So they allow you to give off that obligation to some other. Your child could become a ward of the state. There are other options than being forced to take care of this child, which is a horrible thing. I'm not advocating for this, but this is the world that we live in.
Well, what you're telling me is that your autonomy is dependent upon other people being around. Because if you can't just kill this child, if nobody else is around, then what you're telling me is only because other people are around, you can't kill this child. But if there were no other people around, then why would you not be able to kill the child then?
Well, I'm not talking. Hold on. I don't know how we got to killing the child. I was talking about taking care of the child, nurturing the child, that type of thing. You're talking about killing a child. That's totally, I think, different scenario. If a child is outside the womb, born, is alive, breathing, killing that child I don't think there's anyone who would disagree that that's wrong. And I don't believe if you've taken that child, a baby, from where you're at into like the middle of the woods and left them out there in the middle of the woods, that's a different story. I don't think it's you've made the example an extreme example.
What do you mean?
I don't think I was trying to make it.
Talking about like outside breathing. So you justifying late term abortion then? So they can kill the child if they're not outside the womb and breathing out in the open air. If they're like, let's say 8.5 months pregnant, they can kill the child by your logic.
No, I'm not saying they can kill the child.
Okay,
I'm saying. I'm saying. I think viability.
Talking about being
you're talking
outside
about viability is
the womb
different.
or not. Make up your mind, man. Are you talking about being outside the womb or not?
Well, the example that I was giving was you had said that if a child was born, you couldn't pass off this responsibility, and I was challenging that fact. But now, if you're talking about when the child is inside the womb, I think there's a distinction to be made between a child that's viable and a child that's not viable. I think there is a distinction that can be made.
Well, what I was saying was, of course, you can release your obligation to somebody else when the child is born. What I'm saying is, in the argument that the child is not viable, that means that the child is only dependent upon that person, right? That only that person can take care of that child, because without that person, that child would die. But if we would apply that same logic to taking other people out the equation, let's say there were no other people around, the only person that could take care of that child is the parent. So if we just say this is the only person that can take care of this child is the parent, and there are no other people around, then if we use the argument of if we use the argument
autonomy.
Yeah, personal autonomy. Only this person can take care of this child at this point. Then that would mean that we could apply it in the same way if there were no other people around. For the parent would only be able to take care of the child if there were no other people around. So the only way for you to secure your autonomy would be for other people to be around when the child is born. That would be dependent on the existence of other people being around to take care of the child for you to secure that autonomy. That's what you're telling us.
All right. I just want to make sure I understand the distinction here. I'm talking about personal bodily autonomy. In other words, you being able to choose what you want to do with your body. And a lot of times in our society, you can't choose everything. For instance, you can't choose to take drugs. Like I think you guys were saying, you can't choose to cut your fingers off. Like there's certain things you cannot choose to do with your own body. But what we're talking about, I believe, is when you have the conflicting of two rights, the conflict of you're saying you're more or less the government should be able to take over someone's body and says you have to do this act, which could even kill you. Pregnancy is, could kill this woman, and she has to take this all the way to deliver this baby. Versus, I think we were talking about a child that's already outside the womb, that someone's already taken the initiative to start taking care of. If no one else is around, then I don't think it's just like, for instance, if there's an old man around who it's me and him, and then eventually there's no one else can take care of him, and I'm taking care of him, and I just leave him out there to die. I would feel that that's wrong. And I think in the same thing with the child, it could be anyone, but we're talking about, I think, two different in that sense.
Well, why won't you say that there is an obligation to take care of that child when nobody is around? Why don't you apply the same, well, I want to secure my autonomy by letting this child just die on its own somewhere in the middle of nowhere? I'm just going to secure my autonomy that way. Who cares that there's I'm the only one who can take care of this child? If we take other people out the picture and I want to secure my autonomy, then what you're saying is that I could just leave this child in the middle of nowhere. But literally the only argument that you gave hinges upon other people being there to secure your autonomy. If it weren't other people there, then you could kill that child to secure your autonomy, or at least leave that child in the middle of nowhere to die on their own, right? If there were no other people around.
I'm not making that claim at all. I'm saying if you're talking, but I'm saying let's.
Why would you appeal to other people if you're not making that claim? There were other people around. What are you talking about, man?
Let's go. Let's understand where we're at. The claim was made that if the child was born, then for some reason the parents would have to still take care of it and do all this other stuff because of the child. I had made I challenged that because I was saying that in our society, people can give their children away. You can have a child in the living room and say, I don't want this child, and give it away. So that wasn't true. Like just because you had the child doesn't mean you had to take care of it. We had a system in place. Hold on.
That depends on other people being around, though. That's the
yes. So So I was saying that we have a system in place that you can still have your free choices and do whatever you want and still have this child. Then you changed the scenario and you said, well, what happens if you didn't have anyone else around? Do you think that will also be correct?
Well, that's not a change
to do this?
That's not a change.
And then I said,
you're saying the only reason why you can secure your autonomy in that sense is because other people are around. That's literally the only hinging point of that point.
Well, hold on. Well, you changed the scenario that said if we were, let's say, in the middle of the woods or something like that, and I had this child, and could I just leave it right there and not do anything for my own personal autonomy? And I said, I don't believe that would be the moral position to take. I believe that would be immoral because the situation has changed. When you're talking about a child in the womb, then you do have a conflict of rights because I don't think the government should be forcing anyone to incubate anything that they don't want. It's just like me putting a gun to your head, sticking something in your body and saying you have to carry it for 9 months and you have to carry it to term. And I'm going to give that thing that's inside you rights, especially but I'm talking about that in the rape scenario. I think there is an argument to be made, a moral argument to be made, if a woman is, if you're talking about just a choice, someone who wasn't raped, for instance. But I think I think if you're talking about, if you're not understanding that there is a conflict of rights, the right for me to self-determine what I do in my body and the right of the unborn child to live, that I think is a conflict that the pro-life and pro-choice people struggle with all the time.
But why is there not a conflict of rights when there is the born child? And literally the only reason why you said that there's not a conflict of rights is because there are other people around to give the child up to.
No, there's not a well, I don't believe there's a conflict of rights because when the child is viable, I believe us as a society has said when you're born and you're alive, killing a child who's been born for 1 second is just like killing someone who's 99 years old. That person is bestowed with all rights. That is just the rights that we instill in people who are alive, who we consider to be alive. I believe you're talking about one person being held hostage and being forced physically to take care of this person and that can possibly die, then I think that's where you're talking about a different scenario.
If your point doesn't hinge on other people, then why would you use other people? You say, oh, these other people are here, so yeah, I could give my child up to them, and that is the reason why I have my time, because those people are there.
I think you're talking about, but see, we're talking about two different scenarios. You're talking about the scenario that I think is 1 out of a million versus the everyday that we all have. Like you're talking about, like you brought up the 1 in a million scenario, and I'm talking about the everyday. Like there's always, I live in a world where the other people are. I live in a world where there are laws where you can do this, where they've recognized that these cases happen, and that people should be able to make this choice if they don't want to take care of this child, because it will only hurt the child to force people to take care of children that they don't want. So you can give it to someone else, like these, or even the state will take care of them. So I'm talking about in the context of the society we live in. If you say I'm living in the Amazon, then then we're talking about a different context.
So what is your argument contingent upon? Is your argument contingent upon other people being around or not? So if it weren't other people around, would you say it was okay to kill that child, yes or no? Or leave that child out in the middle of nowhere?
It wouldn't be okay to kill that child, no. I don't think it would be.
Okay, so literally the only way that your argument holds any water for securing autonomy is if other people exist, if other people are around to give the child away.
No. I don't agree with that.
Okay, but if your argument is not dependent upon other people to secure your autonomy, then why can't you not just leave that child in the middle of nowhere? Why does it have to do anything to do with other people being there? If your argument has nothing to do with other people being around and not contingent upon them, then what you are saying is you should be able to secure your autonomy whether other people are around or not by leaving that child in the middle of nowhere or killing the child yourself.
Well, just so we can be clear, let's say for instance, it's not even my child. Let's say if it's some random child that I just met being in the woods and there's a child right there. I'm not going to leave that child. I believe it would be immoral to leave that. And that's not even a child that I have. And there's nobody around for hundreds of miles. I'm just not going to leave a well child there and just walk away. That's just not my moral aptitude. I'm going to try to take care of that child as much as possible. But if there's a situation that arises, for instance, if we're falling off a cliff and one hand is holding the child and one hand is holding me up, and if I let go, me and the child fall, but then if I can't reach up, and then if I let the child go, the child may fall, situation like that, then obviously there's a conflict in rights. And, no matter what I can do, either both of us are going to die, one of us is going to die. I hope no one's ever put in that position. But obviously, each scenario depends on it's a case by case scenario. But again, it doesn't have to even be my child. If a child's in the middle of the woods and I see it and it's crying and nobody else is around but me, I'm going to take care of that child. That's just me. I don't know why why it would be a conflict in rights for me personally. Yes, it would be a conflict, like, oh my God, I'm giving my personal autonomy to take care of this child, but
so it's not necessary.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, man. I had one to go eat. I should have told you guys I was gonna leave, but yeah, I'm gonna drop out right quick, man, and I'll probably be back on a bit later. But thanks for having me, man.
All right, man. Thanks for coming by, brother. God bless.
God bless, man. Take care, multiple.
Take care, bro. Have a good night.
Okay, so as I was saying, well, then, yeah, that would be a moral conflict for you. But somebody else could just be like, well, yeah, that's a baby right there, but I'm not obligated to take care of this kid. It's not my kid. It would be a conflict with my autonomy. Bye, kid. See you later. You don't have to have, and what I'm trying to get across to you is it has nothing to do with other people being there or not. If you want to secure your autonomy, then why does it matter whether other people are around or not? Why?
I want to say that one time. You said, so if it's about my personal autonomy, why does it matter if other people are around?
Right. If you want to secure your autonomy, then why does it matter whether other people are around or not? If you want to secure your autonomy, who cares if other people are there or not? Why should that even matter?
Well, but I think there's a distinction to be made with, let's say it's not even a child, it's a 99-year-old person who's in desperate need of help or something like that. I can just walk away and leave that person there. I have the right to do that. I do have the right to do that. But I don't think I would personally do that. But I have even if it's a child. If for instance, there was a famous case in Las Vegas, Nevada, where there was a 9-year-old girl who went into a bathroom, and two guys went in behind her, and one guy brutally raped her and killed her, and the other guy saw what was going on and just walked out. He didn't call the cops, didn't say anything, just walked out and went home. And what happens is he couldn't be prosecuted because he didn't have there was no legal obligation for him to call the cops or do anything. So he wasn't convicted, and he just went on with his life. I think that was immoral for him to do, but even in our society, we've recognized that you do have the right to make your own choices. You don't have to make the moral choice all the time, but you have the right to make that choice. You don't have to help people. And I think in this situation, you don't, even if nobody else is around, you're not forced to come to someone else's aid.
And that's what I'm saying, man. If why does it matter? If you want to secure your own autonomy, then why just arbitrarily apply it to the womb? Why not also say, well, who cares if other people are around? I can secure my autonomy in however I want. If I want to leave this child in the middle of nowhere, then I should have the right to do that regardless of whether other people are around or not. Why is there all of a sudden an obligation to give that child up to somebody else to secure your autonomy just because there are other people there? Where does that come from? Other than just saying, well, other people are here. Now I can't, just leave the child, in the middle of nowhere. But if other people were not here, then I can make whatever decision I want and just walk away.
Well, maybe I didn't understand the question, but what I'm trying to maybe explain is that I think there's a huge difference between a woman carrying a fetus in her body versus a child that is born, that is just out there, that somebody walks past and sees a cradle in the middle of the street and doesn't do anything for it. I think there's there's a difference in approach because
An arbitrary
the woman's
one
body, I think I'm talking about when we're talking about bodily autonomy. It would be like me then putting something, and let's say for instance, and I'm using rape as an extreme example, but let's say if somebody comes and pokes you with something in your stomach, and then it comes to find out that it's this new genetic thing where it can make men pregnant, and then a baby starts to grow. It's like, would you know, I don't believe the government should force me to have that baby because I believe I didn't have the right to choose to be in that position. And that's kind of where I'm trying to, and maybe I didn't make that distinction, but I think there's a distinction from a woman who chooses to be put in that position than a woman who doesn't. I believe that's why I'm against it in situations of rape and incest, because I think that is wrong because you didn't have that choice. And I think you should have the choice to say no. That's my
But we got to deal with this, man. We really seriously have to deal with this. You said that there is no obligation for you to take care of even your own newborn child. You could pass your obligation off to somebody else. That hinges upon somebody else being around. But what I'm trying to get across to you is, who is to say that should even be an argument at all? Why can't we just say it doesn't matter whether people are around or not for you to secure your autonomy? Why is it about securing your autonomy when the child is less developed in the womb, but it magically changes when the child is developed outside the womb? It seems like you're just throwing these arbitrary obligations out of nowhere, when if you were talking about rights conflicting, then it should not matter whether the child is born or not, how developed the child is or not. Rights should be a conflict if you want to secure your autonomy, whether the child is born or not. Because you told me yourself that you don't have to take care of this child. You can pass your child off to somebody else. And if you can pass your child off to someone else and you don't have to take care of that child, then the fact that you're able to give your child to somebody else would sound like to me that you're suggesting that the fact that you can give that child to somebody else would make it seem like that if you were not able to give that child to somebody else, then that child would be a conflict upon your autonomous rights, right?
No, that's actually, I agree with that. I think if you, let's say for instance the government forced you to take care of your child, then again yes, it would be forcing you to take care of another human being, and you wouldn't have the right. You would lose that autonomy.
So you have autonomy whether the child is born or not. You should have that autonomy by your argument then, correct?
No, because I think the situations are different.
So when the child is born, you just lose autonomy. That's what you're telling me. You just lose autonomy unless other people are around.
I think you don't have autonomy when if you are more or less, and I hate to say it this way, but again, I like to bring it back to the scenario where if I forcibly put something in you and then say, give it autonomy, a child, and it could be a male or a woman, then at what point does the person who's now the incubator have the right to say, I choose not to be an incubator for this being anymore? Or are you forcing them to even risk death to bring this other life into being? And that's where I think the conflict is.
Now, you told me earlier that you do have autonomy because you can give your child to somebody else when the child is born. Are you now saying that you don't have autonomy when the child is born? Or are you saying you have autonomy when the child is born or not?
I say if you bring a child if you bring a child to term and the child is born, yes, you can make a choice. You can choose to take care of that child, or you can choose not to take care of that child.
So you have autonomy.
You have a choice.
You can make that choice. You can make that choice. So you have autonomy then, right?
Sorry, my phone is acting up. Yeah. I believe you have autonomy.
Okay, so you do have autonomy. What I'm trying to explain to you is, why should your autonomy hinge on other people being around? You haven't explained that to me.
I don't think it hinges. All right, let's say I live in a world where it's only me and this child. That's my own child, my child that I have now. I have the autonomy to let the child to take care of this child or not take care of this child. I think that's a different. I think that's in a different sense. If I chose not to take care of my child in a world where there was no other people, then I have the ultimate autonomy. I can do what I want. So I think it's not a question. It's based in the reality that we live in, because we live in a reality where there are other people, there are these laws, because they understand that this is a conflict, and to resolve this conflict, they allow you to not only surrender your child to someone else, but then also the means that this child can be taken care of and doesn't have to die.
But you're just telling me that society is merely asserting that that there is or isn't a conflict. They're just making that assertion, but there is no logical connection that I'm seeing that you're making just because other people are around and society says, okay, yeah, let's say that it's other people around, so they should pass their child to somebody else. But then your argument would hinge upon society would say, because you said, oh, as a moral society, we should pass children off their newborns to other people. That's what we should do as a society. But what if society, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but what if society were to say, well, okay, we're going to allow you to have that autonomy in however you wish, either by killing the child or leaving that child in the middle of nowhere. If society were to change, then
I would say that position would be immoral.
Okay, so it shouldn't be, your position should not be inherent upon what society says, then should it? Because if society goes the other way, other than your whatever moral presuppositions you have, then it becomes a problem. But since they're consistent with your moral presuppositions, then it's all of a sudden okay.
See, I think the issue that I'm having is that I don't think there's a one. You're trying to make it a one, there's a quick fix, a one fix for all, and I think each situation determines different rules and different ways of thinking about it. I believe, like you're talking about, if you're talking about I'm the last man on earth with a child, that's a different scenario than me living in a major city metropolis that has these particular things in place, and I'm trying to parse the difference between us living here in the United States, where they generally have these particular things, than someone in the Amazon, for instance. And I think even in both places, you do have this, when I say personal autonomy, if we're in a forest and I can't take care of this child, or I'm going to die, then that person who has to make that choice, I choose not to make that choice, but the person who makes that choice, it's a tough choice to make. I believe that in the context of abortion, yeah, I think if they didn't take care of the child, I think it would be immoral. But I think in the context of abortion, what we're talking about is someone's bodily autonomy, where they can choose to do what they want with their body. And again, I think the argument isn't as strong as it could be, because I think we don't let people take drugs, for instance, and things of that nature. We don't let people do whatever they want with their body. But I think when you're talking about turning somebody.
You just told me that there was autonomy there, even with a born child. So why in the world are you talking about an autonomy with the case of abortion when you just told me it even applies to a born child? I don't know where you're going with this at all.
Hold on, say what you just said again. I'm sorry.
Look, you told me that you do, in fact, have autonomy when you're talking about a born child. Now, you talk about, well, I think it's a different case because, we're talking about abortion where the child is like underdeveloped in the womb. But all you're doing is saying that there is autonomy in the womb when the child isn't born at a certain stage of development at least, but you acknowledge that there is still autonomy even when the child is born. So it doesn't matter whether we're talking about the child is born or not, there is still autonomy in both cases, is there not?
Yeah, there's autonomy for the person who's making that choice, the person to make the choice. That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
So who cares if the child is born or not? What is these magical arbitrary standards you're pulling out the sky from when this child is born or not, when we're talking about autonomy in both cases, as you just admitted?
Well, let's say, all right, let's say, for instance, case one, you have, and let's not even call it a child. Let's just go bare bones. Let's say they connect a machine to you that you now have to wear. And if you ever take that piece off, someone will die. So from now on, you have to wear this thing, and you must wear it. And if they take it off of you, if you remove it, someone will die. It could be a child, it could be an adult, it could be anyone. Someone will die. I believe your argument is, well, then you have to wear that thing for life because, hey, someone else is going to die, and their life and your life are equal. Your personal autonomy doesn't matter in that situation. I believe it does. I believe you should have the choice to take that device off.
Okay, so wouldn't that also apply to taking care of a born child? Should it matter whether there are people are around or not? Because the fact of the matter is, it affects your autonomy. Maybe not in the same way in pregnancy, but it still affects you nonetheless. You got to be there constantly around the child on a regular basis. Either you got to be there, or you got to make sure somebody is there to take care of the child at all times. So that's it costs you your personal energy that can affect you mentally, physically. Taking care of children is a tough job. That it's not you just doing this for just 9 months. You're doing this for a number of years until that child is capable of taking care of themselves. So I say, if you take the totality of the issue over a long period of time, that is even more over a longer period of time than you might even say pregnancy is.
That's a very good point. But I would only point out that I think our disagreement is, should you choose to be able to do this, or should you be forced to do it? And I'm saying you should be at least be able to make the choice. And you're saying that you shouldn't be able to make the choice because that would inherently cause the other person to die.
All I'm saying is, if you're going to be consistent upon applying this autonomous argument, then you need to be consistent in applying it outside the womb too, and not just sit up here and say, well, this child is connected to this person in the womb, autonomy. Well, the child is magically born, bam, it passes through the birth canal, no autonomy. I don't get the logic with that argument at all.
Well, again, it's more of, if you remove this person, I'm talking about pre-viability, you remove this child from the room, this child will die, versus you leave this child dead, versus having the child born where the child can now live on its own. So I think there is a major distinction between the two. And I think you can't just say that the scenario where the child is now dependent on the mother's body to survive, cannot survive without that. That's a different story than a child that can survive on its own without being dependent upon the mother's body. Somebody else can take on that role. I think that's a different scenario. But I do understand how you're saying the logic does apply, but I think it doesn't apply as cleanly through the whole process. And maybe I could be wrong about that, because this is not my area of expertise. But I'm thinking pre-viability, post-viability in the womb, and then being born. I think those are three major distinctions.
But again, that makes no sense, because for the simple fact is, you're saying that only this person can take care of this one child. But if there were no other people around, then only that one person could take care of that child too. Just because it isn't physically using their body in a biological sense, in that sort of sense, doesn't mean that if there's a case to where that only person could take care of that child, that it wouldn't apply in the same way. So it's like you're saying, if we have a case to where only one person can take care of this child, it would be okay to kill him.
I didn't say it would be okay to kill them. Being okay to kill.
You saying, wait. You saying that child, since that child cannot survive outside the womb, and only that person can take care of that child, the pregnant woman, it's okay for her to kill the child. That's literally what
you said. Only because that child. I'm not saying hold on. Maybe I didn't understand what you said. Say that one more time. I'm sorry, my child is in the background screaming. What you were saying?
Right. You are literally saying because only the pregnant mother can care for this child, and that child cannot survive outside the womb, she has the right to have that child killed, or she could kill the child herself or whatever. But either way, she can make the decision for that child to die because only she can take care of that child. And if that child were, let's say, born prematurely at a point to where that child could not survive, then the child would die without her body. And since the child cannot survive without her, only she has the right to kill the child. Now, if we were to apply the scenario to say that there were no other people around to take care of a born child, then only that person, that parent, could take care of that born child. So would you say that just because there was no other people around, that it would be okay to kill that child?
Okay, so just but you made a couple of different arguments. You actually asked two questions. So let's just to the first question. The first question was about a mother who pre-viability, a mother who terminates her pregnancy. Would that be killing a child? I'm not even sure if I would even qualify that procedure as killing a child. I understand that may be the pro-life position, but I'm not sure if that's even the appropriate terminology to use, because hold on, but just let me.
Abortion is killing. There is no other way to describe.
Hold on, but just let me finish this point, because I just want to make just this point. Like earlier when I asked you if somebody placed a device on you and said if you remove this device, somebody else will die. I believe you, and I think most people would say that if you made the choice to remove that device, you shouldn't be punished or anything in that way, because you should have the choice to keep the device or remove the device. And similarly, I believe that's kind of the choice when we talk about personal autonomy and being able to make this particular choice. I believe when you're talking about outside the womb, you're talking about a child being outside the womb, and someone else being able to take care of that child, and someone else being able to do it. And like someone, like for me having a brand new baby and choosing to kill that baby instead of letting the state or putting it up for adoption. I think those are two major different scenarios.
There's actually this procedure. I can't remember what it's called, but there is an actual procedure where a doctor has actually taken a child out from inside the womb, extracted the child, and performed some sort of surgery on the child, and then literally put the child back into the womb of the mother, and then the mother continued the pregnancy. I can't remember what the procedure is called, but it is an actual procedure that happened. So are you telling me that a doctor having the ability to do this at a non-viable stage, let's say he performs the surgery, takes the child outside the womb, if the mother said, hey, doctor, I want you to kill this child right now, but the child is still alive and he can surgically put this child back in the womb. So you telling me that since this child would not be able to survive without her, once he surgically the womb, or this entity, or however you want to say it, since you don't want to say child or whatever, let's say he takes the fetus out the womb, and this fetus can still be put back in her womb. This is an actual surgery that happens. You would say that, okay, this doctor takes this fetus out the womb, and then the mother says, hey, doctor, you can kill this fetus if you want to. I don't want it. You can kill it. That's okay by your logic.
Well, it would be okay if, let's say, they took this fetus out, and the mother then said, I do not want you to put it back in. Should she now be forced to put it back in? And I think this is the conflict that we're addressing. Because, in my understanding, if the doctor's taking it out and he says, I want to put this back in, and she says, no, I don't want to put this. She doesn't have to say you must kill this child by cutting this through. No. She just said, I don't want you to put it back in. I think that's a scenario where I think we can agree.
Fall somewhere to die. You can kill it actively. It doesn't matter. You can just do nothing, and this child is going to die. You can just literally just turn your head away. It doesn't matter when you actively kill the child or not. You can deny any kind of care to this child or actively kill the child if the mother says so. That's what you're telling me she could do.
Well, she could say, I don't want the child to be put back into my body. Now, if there's another way to keep the child alive, incubators or whatever, then the doctor should and is morally obligated and should do that. But the mother could, I agree, the mother could say, no, I do not want this fetus to be put back in my body.
By whose standard? Where is there a moral obligation to give this entity somewhere else to continue living. You just told me that this
It's the Hippocratic Oath.
Can't survive without our body.
No, if it can't survive without the body, then yeah. But I'm talking about I think doctors have the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm. You know, if they can save a child or an entity or something like that, they are morally and I think obligated to do such a thing. But I'm saying if your scenario I think works in a sense where our argument, our attention is that I believe you would agree that the mother should be forced to have that baby surgically put back into her body so it can survive. And I'm saying she should be able to have the choice to say no, she doesn't want it to be put back in her body. And I think that's where we have our disagreement.
But only because this child cannot survive without her. Only because of that alone. Right?
What do you mean? Well,
because
I was understanding she couldn't survive without it, yeah.
Because you mentioned viability. If the child is extracted outside of her body and the child is in a non-viable state, this child is going to die if this child isn't put back into the womb. You're saying that she can make the decision to have care denied to that child or have the child killed. You're saying she can make that because the child isn't viable. You're saying she can make that decision, right?
I'm saying the decision that I am saying the decision that she can make is saying no, she doesn't want the child to be put back into her own body. She should be able to make that decision.
Okay, then let's take this example. Let's say there was a child that's has terminal cancer, and there's really nothing these doctors can do for that child. For all intents and purposes, this child is going to die. Would you say it's then okay to put a bullet in that child's head?
No, I wouldn't say that at all.
Okay, so how could you say active killing could be okay because a child won't be able to survive? But active killing is not okay when a kid has cancer that won't survive. Active killing is not okay there, but active killing is okay for the mother who extracts a non-viable fetus out the womb.
Well, I think your example is lacking in a sense. If you don't mind, I'll just change it just a little bit. And I'll say you have a child that's dying of cancer, but that child now has to be physically attached to another human being. And that human being has to walk around with them all the time and just take care of them until they are well. Does that person who matches, let's say genetically, because it has to be a genetic match, does that person who matches genetically, do they have the ability to say, no, I'm not going to put my body through this? Or do they have to do it because it will save the child? I think that would be a more analogous example.
No, you can't use that physical attachment because you told me that you agree that people still have autonomy even when there is no attachment, even when the child is born.
Exactly, I do, but I think that's in a different sense. But I do.
Whether the child is attached or not, autonomy exists in both cases. Period. Correct?
Yeah, but I was again. You made an analogous example, and I thought the example would be more analogous because we're talking about physical autonomy. The woman who's saying, "I do not want you to put this thing back in my body," just like the person saying, "I do not want my body to be taken and used to help this other person survive." Now, again, with that, if we're talking about if that's immoral, I believe that's a less moral position to take. But I still believe that the person. But having that option is, I think, the conflict that we're having.
What I'm telling you is if autonomy exists in both cases, then why is the physical attachment relevant? Autonomy exists anyway, whether you're talking about physical attachment or not. For you to bring up the attachment part is literally an irrelevant argument to make. It doesn't matter whether there's a physical attachment or not. Autonomy exists, period.
I would agree with that. I believe no matter which scenario, you want the autonomy. I agree.
Okay, so you can't keep on saying, "Oh, this child's physically linked to her." You can't use that argument. So what you're saying is, if you are consistent in your own argument, then let's say that she should have a right to even leave the child in the middle of nowhere, because it would infringe upon her autonomy. Because whether the child is physically linked to her or not, it's going to infringe upon her rights in some way if she don't want anything to do with that particular entity, whether the child is born or not. You could say that about whether the child is in her body, literally attached to her, or whether the child is outside and can infringe upon their autonomy in other ways. Like, I should not defeat this child all the time. I don't want to do that. I shouldn't be forced to do that. Who cares? I have autonomy.
But the problem is that in one sense, you can't make that choice because it's a life and death scenario. And the second choice, you can make that choice because, unfortunately, the society that we live in allows you to make it through adoption. Again, you can have the baby, and that moment you have the baby, say, I do not want this baby, take it away. And society, us as a society, all these other people, like you've been saying, will then step in and become like almost a surrogate parent or an adoptive parent. Now, again, if you say that there is no one else on the planet or no one else ever around that for you to make that choice, then you still have the ability to make that choice, because you can still walk away from that child. I don't think it would be moral, but you still have that choice. If no one else is around and you're in the middle of the forest or whatever, and you choose and you just say, I'm going to walk away from this child, you do have the ability to make that choice. Do I think it would be a moral choice? No, but I think you still have the ability to make that choice.
Goodness gracious, multiple. We already addressed this whole point about society. And what I said to you earlier was that the only reason why you are using society is because it will be consistent with your moral presupposition. Just hypothetically speaking, if society was to lean the opposite way and say, well, it doesn't matter whether we have people around or not. A person can leave a newborn, their biological newborn, in the middle of nowhere if they want to, or kill their newborn if they wanted to. You want to know who's even argued for the right to even kill newborns? His name is Peter Singer. And for what I know, there was no huge backlash coming from, a lot of liberals, a lot of pro-choicers from Planned Parenthood or anything like that, when he was putting forth these arguments, or even allowing, killing of even newborn infants up to a certain period of time. I can't remember what the exact point was, but his argument was based on what I'm telling you about being consistent about applying autonomy. And I would say that, as disgusting as his argument was, I would say that he's being more consistent than even you are right now. I'm just being honest with you, bro.
No. If my, maybe I'm probably just gonna have to look this up a little bit more. But again, I think especially when you're talking about moral arguments, there are different contexts in which these arguments work. Not one, like for instance, I can say murder is wrong, but then when you talk about, there's certain other situations where, hey, murdering someone or killing someone may also be right. Well, I wouldn't say murder, because murder is kind of defined as unjustified killing, but killing another person. So even with these moral questions, context matters. And when you change the context, sometimes the morality of the moral, the way we think of it morally changes. And it's just like, I think the other time we were talking about the train operator, the one scenario where if the train operator did nothing, 5 people would die, but if you hit the switch, only 1 person would die, versus the doctor who, he had somebody who's in a car accident. 20 minutes later, at 20 minutes later, his organs would be finished. And if the doctor could operate now and save 5 people, or do nothing, and those 5 people would die, and so would this guy. This guy would die in 30 minutes. And in scenario 1 with the train operator, I think you and someone else had came to the assumption that, yes, you would flip that switch. You would kill the 1 guy and save the 5, because 5 lives over 1, the greater, you're saving more lives than not. But then in the second scenario, you guys were saying, no, the doctor shouldn't operate. Unfortunately, all those people should die. So I think, you can't, when you're talking about these moral questions, that level of consistency throughout doesn't really hold up, because, again, sometimes the situation just tends to lead to different answers.
I want to go back to this whole society thing because we got to deal with this. This is a serious problem, dude. What I said earlier, and I said that the only reason why you would use society is because it would be consistent with your moral presupposition that, okay, we have other people around in this scenario, so society thinks that, okay, that we can't just have children just being left in the middle of nowhere to die. Someone else should take care of that child. Or at the very least, the parents should be obligated to pass it off, obligated to somebody else. That is just what society says. But all I'm telling you is that only works when society agrees with your moral presupposition. But if it doesn't agree with your moral presupposition, then you wouldn't be able to use society at that point, or you would find society to be problematic. So literally the only reason why you using society is because it would agree with your moral presupposition and nothing more than that.
But you know what? I would tend to agree because I would say that I believe that the society we live in, not all societies do this, by the way, but just the society we live in seem to have resolved this issue in a way where I think it's not only fair, but it also kind of addresses the interest of the person who has the autonomy to make the choice to take care of this child and the child's rights to not, be killed and to be taken care of. That I think you do have two competing rights, and this is an answer to say, okay, you don't have to take care of this child. There is another option, and the child doesn't have to just be left to its own ends because we know that child will die. So this is the mechanism that we'll do to help the child out. So I do agree with you in that sense that if society hadn't resolved it in this particular way, it would be problematic.
Okay, so if there's the issue here that it's about whether society agrees with your personal moral presupposition or not, then would you say that that's not a very valid way to make an argument? Because it will force you to either use society in one instance and then abandon it in another, if it either was consistent with your moral presupposition or it went against it. So if you can't really have it be consistent in that way, wouldn't you say that that's a bad argument to make by appealing to society then?
No, not at all. And I'll go back because again, I think with moral arguments, you could have these varying views, but I believe, for instance, and I'll talk about it before when we were talking the last time about like these moral arguments, the one with the train and the one with the doctor. In the doctor scenario, we were saying they should operate and save the 5 lives. You guys said no, the doctor shouldn't operate. This guy has a family. The doctor shouldn't touch this guy. This guy should just be let die. But in the train scenario, you guys obviously made the assumption that saving 5 lives is better than saving one, and you would actually flip the switch and kill the one guy. And that's what I'm saying. Even in that, I could have easily made the argument that you guys weren't being consistent, but I didn't make that argument. The argument that I did make was,
how could you easily? No, we addressed these arguments at the time, and I saw nowhere where you were able to successfully make any argument in inconsistency. I would challenge you right off the bat. And
no, but I'm saying I could have made an argument saying that the morality wasn't consistent because in one instance you're saying that it was a value of lives, 5 versus 1, but in the other argument it didn't matter about the value of lives. It was about the personal autonomy of the person who was laying on that hospital bed, whose organs, who you knew was going to die, but whose organs could save 5 other people. And that's what I'm saying. Even though that argument can be considered not to be consistent, but I believe both answers, to be honest with you, could be considered to be correct. And because each situation has a certain context that you have to realize. It's not a one right answer for all situations.
But there wasn't a point of inconsistency because, like you said, there was very relevant specific context, and we were talking about in both situations. But when we're talking about this argument on whether you would use society or not, I don't see any particular context here. at all. What is the context on saying that it's okay for you to say that there should be some moral obligation for whatever reason you pull out the sky, that if people are around, that they should take care of the child, but if people are not around, then you may be able to just leave the child to die, or you may be able, or you may have to still morally take care of that child. I don't see what context would make your position sensible at all. Because, like I said, the only reason why you would even use society is because it favors your moral presuppositions. If it went against them, then you would find it problematic. But I didn't even use society in any of those examples I made. I didn't appeal to society in any of those examples I made when you were pressing me on the train situation and the doctor and those lives.
No. Of course not. You did. But you did. No, you didn't. You didn't use society. But in those scenarios, this was just I was actually rebutting the argument for consistency, because I was saying if you mean that if you're going to be consistent in both arguments, you can just say, hey, I'm going to value the being able to save 5 lives over 1. And in both scenarios, you can say, hey, I'll kill the train guy. In the second scenario, hey, the doctor can just remove this guy's organs. And in both case scenario, you know the one guy's going to die, but it would save 5 lives. That would be consistent. But again, even if you didn't see it that way, hold on. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying.
The contexts are the same. What I'm telling you is
exactly. That's exactly what you just said is my argument against the same thing with the abortion. The context isn't the same, and you're trying to make it the same.
The contexts are the same. The reason why the contexts are the same is for this reason. Let's take the issue about autonomy. If you are saying that one should not be obligated to take care to continue a pregnancy because this would infringe upon your autonomy, then the context is exactly the same if we're talking about the child being born, and that could still be an infringement upon your autonomy. You admitted that there was autonomy in both contexts, so in that sense, the context is still the same. Maybe the way that the autonomy happens changes, but the context of autonomy is still the same, because it's about the fact that you should be able to secure your autonomy whether the child is born or not. We show successfully that the contexts are the same in that sense. I don't know where you showed that the contexts were the same in the scenarios we were talking about, but the contexts are definitely the same when we're talking about the autonomy in this abortion situation.
Well, I just have to respectfully disagree. I think the contexts are hugely different because, again, I'm thinking you're talking about a pre-viability context where at that point you're talking about the person. If the person makes a choice to end the pregnancy versus the person making the choice not to end the pregnancy, and the repercussions of both choices versus there is no pregnancy, and you have a being that is alive and that can survive on its own, you just got to feed it and take care of it in that particular way. And you're talking about somebody choosing to take care of it versus choosing not to take care of it. And in that context, we're saying that there's other people who can do it. In the original scenario with a pre-viability, no one else can take care of that child. In the post-viability and after the child is born, there are other people who can take care of it. Then you try to limit the second scenario and say, what happens if there's no one else around and it's just you and that child? And I said, even in that context, that adults can just walk away from that child. I wouldn't say that was the moral thing to do, but that person can do that.
But you predicated your point on society. You predicated your point on society right there. And I said, and you agreed to this, that if society was consistent with your moral presuppositions, then you would find society a credible go-to in that sense. But if it went against them, then you would find society to be problematic.
But I was using society or the way, because it was an example that I think you used earlier. So I was using it as an example to show how they've resolved this particular conflict between the ability of a adult to say, I don't want to take care of a child, and the ability and the right for the child to have the ability to have a fulfilling life. life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And the way society has resolved that conflict, saying, well, this parent doesn't have to do it because there are different mechanisms that we've put in place that can allow that child to survive and to be fruitful without the parent. But I think the other scenario, when you're talking about the child is pre-viability, where if you remove this child, it will die. I think that's a different the context of that scenario is a lot different than the context in a different scenario. So the moral judgment that you're making wouldn't really apply the same across the board, just like it didn't apply with the train and the doctor. One life for 5 lives. Different. Even though the scenarios seem very similar, they were different because of the context. We all agreed that there could be different outcomes that would be justified in both those scenarios.
All you were telling me, dude, is that society says this, and we go with that. Because if we're talking about a born child that a biological parent doesn't want to take care of, then what you're saying is society has agreed that it is the moral obligation of either society or someone in society to take care of that child if the biological parent doesn't want to. So society or someone in society has to assume the care of that child if the parent does not want to.
Yeah, I would agree to that. It's funny because there's a book that I forget the name of. What was the name of this book from Nigeria? It was called I'm thinking it's not The Catcher in the Rye. It was called When Things Fall Apart. And it was a book. I don't know if you ever had a chance to read it. It's a phenomenal book. When Things Fall Apart, and it's about the English conquest of Nigeria on the African continent. But what they did was talk about some of the cultural context in which they live, the humans in Nigeria. And one of the things they used to do is that if you had twins, they would actually take newborn twins and place them into the forest and then leave them there. And that was their cultural context. Now, in that society, I think what you're saying is right. I would judge that, and if I lived in that society, I would judge that as being immoral. I judge that as being wrong. And it was interesting because in the book you'll read there was a Christian who went and they would leave the babies out there. They would go get the babies and survive, and bring them back and feed them and take care of them. And he was like, you see, the babies aren't dying. The babies aren't devils. They're regular people. In that cultural context, I agree. If I was living there in Africa back then when they were doing that because I would feel personally that was morally wrong. But I wouldn't be able to, and I would.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I wouldn't be able
Vince.
to use that. No, I wouldn't be able to use that as an example to show how society has resolved the conflict between the mother, the rights of the mother and the rights of the child. I think when you're talking about our society and how we've resolved the conflict, I think it's an amenable way, but I don't think it's the end all be all. But I do think it's what we've done is something that I think is smart and that is beneficial for both sides. Most parents are going to take care of their children, but if you don't, then there is an option for you.
Okay, so here's the thing, man. Obviously, in reality, and I think this is consistent with both you and I would agree with. Obviously, in reality, society isn't going to very likely just, at least in our society right here in the United States, isn't, or probably in most westernized countries, aren't going to be very likely to just say we're just going to turn our back on newborn children and not allow anybody the obligation. And I mean, and just say that anybody should be allowed to forfeit the obligation. We can just leave newborn children out in the middle of nowhere if we want to. That's probably not going to happen in our society. And I think both you and I would agree that we're very thankful that nothing like that would ever likely happen in our particular society. But at the same time, though, what would stop our other than us saying that we have this moral obligation to care for newborns wherever it comes from? What could prevent our society from not going the other? I mean, what would prevent our society from just saying, okay, we couldn't make that choice if we wanted to? There would be nothing that could not prevent our society from making the opposite choice if we wanted to do so. There would be nothing to prevent that. If we want to make that decision as a society, there would be nothing to prevent that.
No, I would agree. Well, there would be people like me and you who would say that's a wrong decision, and we would, like the people who are marching in the streets for Women's Day and all these other things. I would be against that, and I would join with you who would be against that, and we'd be, we would do whatever we possibly can to try to change minds and to try to tell people that this is the wrong option. So, but if society in a whole changed it, I would reject it, but there would be nothing I can do. I would do whatever I can to change it, but. Again,
it's if society turns around and agrees with me that abortion should be wrong, then the whole complexion of your argument would change. Is that what you're telling me?
No, my argument would still be the same, but what I would say is that I disagree with society in this particular viewpoint. Like there's, for instance, there are some laws that they have now that I disagree with, or that society has deemed, like for instance, marijuana laws. People who criminalize marijuana in some states.
Exactly.
I disagree with that. I think that I don't think that makes sense. But that doesn't mean that that there's I don't have to take the whole. I can say if they were to say abortion was to be illegal, I can say, well, I don't agree with that. And I can present my objections. But
I think them making marijuana illegal is stupid. I don't think the government should have their hands in that mess. I think it's flat out stupid that the government even would involve themselves in something like that. I mean, because people can drink and that's fine, but there's this arbitrary standard that you can't smoke because it comes from a particular plant. I think that's just stupid. The government in no way should have their hands in that.
But don't forget too, it's because the ability to grow it and the ability like it's a weed, so it's very it's easy to grow. You don't have to package it. It's not like cigarettes and alcohol that has to kind of be processed, that type of thing. So there's a economic factor that we all have to kind of recognize is there too, because by making it illegal, even though you have this underground economy, but people now who want to live legal lives or can only use alcohol and use cigarettes, and that goes to taxes. But if they made marijuana legal, you can grow it in your own house. You don't have to go through the whole process. So I think that aspect of it is starting to is what's holding it back. But in Colorado, it's funny. In Colorado, they're making so much money. They have like such a big surplus in the state of Colorado just because they've legalized marijuana. So
you telling me that there's actually a legitimate argument for having a marijuana state illegal?
Well, there's a couple of arguments. For instance, the first argument is that it's a gateway drug. Is that because marijuana, usually people who go to get the higher drugs use marijuana first, and then they escalate. But I think that same argument can be used for alcohol.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I just don't see
you can use alcohol.
You can use it easily for alcohol. I mean, that's why at one time alcohol was flat out illegal, like during the Prohibition era, and then that was stupid too. And then that got overturned because people started doing underground alcohol, like you said, just underground alcohol things on the black market. They call them speakeasies, and that started becoming an issue. And then I was like, you know what, this is dumb. There's no reason to have alcohol illegal, so they just legalized alcohol. But except they had it with certain parameters, like you have to be a certain age in certain states or whatever. They did have controls on it, but they didn't just outright make it illegal. So I think you're absolutely right. You can make the same arguments for alcohol, and I just don't understand where they get this idea that we should make weed illegal. I think that's one of those rare issues to where I have no problem with people making their own decisions, even though I wouldn't personally smoke weed. But here's the thing, whether someone smokes weed or not isn't going to actively cause the death of another human being. That's why I think people should have personal choice in that aspect. When you're talking about abortion, you're talking about killing another human entity. That's not the same thing as you taking a puff and you affecting your own lungs. You can affect your own lungs. You can do what the heck you want with your own body. But when you're talking about killing another human being, I think the whole complexion of the discussion changes.
No, exactly. And it's funny because I think what you said kind of tailor down the whole argument in the sense where you said, hey, with your own body, you should be able to do what you want with your own body. But when you're talking about another human being in that body that you're talking about, then the complexion of the situation changes. And I think that was our point of contention. But I do understand your point. I think it is a valid point. I cannot reject it outright. But I just I disagree with you subjectively, not really objectively. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you. It's good that we had these conversations, man. I don't really think there's much more ground to be bridged here. I think we pretty much exhausted the totality of this conversation. So I think this is pretty much a good place to end this hangout. But I appreciate you coming by, man. It's always great having this conversation with you, brother.
Yeah, I've to be honest with you, I feel like I learned a lot today. I actually want to go look up some of these, both the pro-life and pro-abortion arguments. It's interesting, pro-choice arguments. It's interesting. I like one thing that Ben Shapiro was like he made a very, very good argument about being pro-life, and he was saying, one of his biggest pet peeves is that, let's say, a lot of times when you talk about being pro-life versus pro-choice, a lot of the pro-lifers like to go right to rape and those extremes. And he said, those extremes are 0.5% of the amount of abortions that are done. The amount of abortions that are done in the United States aren't those rare exceptions. So what you're really talking about is people who are making choices, just regular choices, that you've done something that may be reckless, but you've made a choice that now someone else has to suffer for this bad choice, instead of, understanding that this is a consequence of that choice. And I think that argument is convincing, because I think he's right in a sense that if you do make a poor choice, should another entity, should this child be able to suffer for that particular choice? But then it all depends on, what do you consider a child? When does it become a child? And that type of thing. So that's why earlier when I was saying how I like Ben Shapiro's arguments, because he really does have a way to put it in a way in which, like you're saying, cuts out all the BS and just goes straight to the point.
Well, before we end this, let me throw one more thing at you. Let's say there was a case to where a woman raped a man, right? And this has happened, to where women rape dudes. I mean, they don't talk about this a whole lot, but these situations do occur. Now, if a woman rapes a guy and gets herself pregnant, what if the guy wants to keep the child, but he has no say-so legally because the child is in her body, but he's the one who got raped, but still, he wants to keep the child. But since he's not the one carrying the child, he has no say in it, even though he's the victim in this situation. What would you say about, how, whether or not a woman would have a right to an abortion in that situation?
That actually is a fucking great question. Wow. I even thinking about it now, I was going to give like a canned response, but you know me, I like to be truthful. Well, I like to be honest, yeah. Because I was going to give a canned response, so it doesn't matter. But no, that wouldn't be honest. My honest response is that I feel like that person. It's interesting because I do believe the woman should have the ability to determine her, but I believe in that situation, she's there's almost like a loss of that ability to choose, because the guy is the one who doesn't have a choice. And this also goes deeper. This also goes to, let's say, for instance, those athletes, and I don't know if you see these cases where women get condoms, like they'll have sex with an athlete and get the condom and then impregnate themselves, and force the guy to pay child support for the life.
Perfect point.
So yeah,
real possibility. These things can happen.
This is an easy question. That's actually a great question. I wouldn't know how I would answer that because I would have to think about that. That is a great point. I don't know.
Yeah,
you stumped me.
yeah, and I'm not expecting you to address it now. It's all good, man. But I just think for those who argue on the pro-choice side, I mean, we would have a situation to where the man, all he can do in this particular situation is seek justice for what was done to him and maybe try to get some legal action done against her and get justice in that way. But he has no obligation to his child. Now, if the woman was raped and she conceived, then not only can she have the power to keep her child, obviously, because she's carrying the child, but she can get legal justice against the man. So there's actually two things that are favoring her since well, if she, I mean, for the pro-choice, they would say that if the woman wants to keep the child, then that's her choice. But actually, the fact that she has the choice is one thing that favors her. So that's one thing that favors her, is that she has the choice at all. And another thing that favors her is that she can seek justice against the dude who raped her. Now, I understand you have messed up situations which occur to where sometimes you have situations to where if the woman wants to keep the child, and sometimes the rapist will try to get visitation rights and all this other stupid garbage. I think if there's a clear-cut case to where we know who the rapist is, he should not have any rights or any sort of connections to that child at all, period. If the woman wants to deny him those connections and she's the rape victim, I don't think he should have any connections whatsoever. He raped this woman and she has this child, but she kept the child. No, in no sense in that particular situation should he have any right to that child. And that was one of the rare situations to where sometimes the rapist gets rights to the child. I think that's sick. And I think we do need to fix that problem in society. But more often than not, that doesn't happen. So she gets to keep the child and seek justice against the dude who raped her. But if it was the other way around, the man doesn't get to keep that child. He can seek justice against the woman, but if she wants to kill that child, tough luck.
I've never actually thought about it in the reverse. It just may be my own personal biases toward, my own personal, how you think of a male dominated society and in our interactions, like how our society is between men and women and those interactions.
Right.
But I've never actually, but now just thinking about it in the reverse, if a man was raped, if a man, what rights would he have to want to keep this child? It's fascinating, and I really think I have to do some more research, but I've never thought of it. It's actually expanding my mind a little bit more about the topic now, because now I'm starting to see the child, instead of seeing it as just almost like a parasite. Now I'm actually understanding. Now I'm seeing it more as a child when it comes to the man who was raped. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Sure.
if it was me and I wanted to keep that child, I wouldn't consider it the whole viability versus post and pre-viability wouldn't matter at that point. I would want to keep my child, and if she killed that child, I know it'd be almost devastating to me if I was in that position. So, and that's just giving an honest answer. I know it's not consistent with my position on abortion, but that's just the way I would feel about it. So
I
think
definitely understand that, and I always appreciate you, man. And you just get more points of respect from me, man. 1,000,000 points, bro. I think this is a good place to end this. But again, man, thank you so much for coming by, man. It was a great time. I'm glad you came, man.
Thanks for having me, man. A great talk, man. We'll do it next time.
All right, sounds good. Have a good night. And to those who are watching, I appreciate it. Thanks very much. Please, like or dislike if you want to. Comment and subscribe. See you guys later. Have a good night. Take care. God bless. Peace.